Recording in progress.
Mayor and Council, we are live.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the May 18th, 2026 meeting of the Pasadena City Council and Community Development Commission. We will start with the calling of the roll.
Well, I think Mr. Madison needs to make a statement before we start.
Mr.
Sorry.
Madison?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. Thanks, Mr. Jomsky. I am under the weather, so I'm participating remotely under state law, and no one is with me. And I'll maintain my camera on the entire time and be alone the entire time. Thank you.
And he's participating under just cause provisions
Thank you.
of the Brown
Correct.
Law.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Madison.
Roll call.
So start with the roll call.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Cole?
Present.
Councilmember Hampton?
Blessed and honored to be here.
Councilmember Jones?
Here.
Councilmember Lyon?
Here.
Councilmember Madison?
Here as indicated.
Councilmember Suda?
Here.
Vice Mayor Rivas is in the back. She'll be in shortly. Mayor Gordo?
Here.
There's a quorum of the council present.
Okay. Mr. Hampton, will you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Everyone rise if you can. Right hand over your heart. Ready? Begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Yeah, so you have the,
Okay, colleagues, we have three proclamations and certificates of recognition. The first is to the Outspoken Dance Company. If I can have Lola and Pastor Manning join me.
Mayor, I think that Lola and Pastor
Oh, I'm
Manning
sorry.
are here for the
Yeah.
gun violence awareness.
You gave me the,
I did.
what you gave me.
I apologize, Mayor. I'll take.
So if I can have representatives of the Outspoken Dance Company elite team join me. Come on up. And this is great news, as all of you know, the Outspoken Dance Company is a very disciplined team and prepared and participated to compete in the 2026 Sharp International Las Vegas Nationals and bring back a first place trophy to our city of Pasadena. And also won third place trophy. And so I want to, one first and one third place. So I want to congratulate all of you for your dedication, your commitment, your preparation, and your success. And thank you for representing our city so well.
Thank you so much.
You want to say a few words?
No, we're just really happy to be here. Oh, we're just really happy to be here. Thank you so much for this amazing award, and we can't wait to win again.
Mayor,
Next.
Mayor, if I may, I just want to extend my congratulations. I know Jasmine and her team reached out to us to acknowledge them at this city council meeting. And I just think it's imperative that we acknowledge Coach Jasmine and all the work she's doing, pouring into young people in our community for a positive impact on the city of Pasadena. So we greatly appreciate her and the team. So thank you.
Thank you. Next, I'd like to ask Lola and Pastor Manning to come up. I'd like to present them with a certificate in recognition of Gun Violence Awareness Day and Month. As we all know, gun violence has had a tremendous impact, not just in our neighborhoods, in our community, but certainly in every community in our region, in our state, our country, and ultimately many parts of the world. And so I'd like to thank all those who bring this to us and remind us that, you know, if you're going to own a weapon, make sure it's properly secured, make sure you're properly trained, and you take all the precautions. And certainly we recognize that many of the weapons that cause problems are unlawful weapons. And if you have a weapon that's not registered, please turn it in to our Pasadena Police Department, who will accept it without questions. So with that, thank you. And Lola, Pastor Manning.
Thank you. Just quickly, Council, National Gun Awareness Day is June 5th, and Wear Orange Weekend is June 5th through the 7th. The city will provide orange ribbons to local community centers to show support for the efforts to reduce gun-related crimes and honor those lost to gun violence. There will also be a commemorative banner at Robinson Park Recreation Center to write the names of loved ones and survivors. I also want to acknowledge that we have Moms Demand Action from Santa Clarita here supporting us as a city. And now I'd like to introduce Senior Pastor Kerwin Manning from Pasadena Church, who will receive the proclamation.
Thank you so much to our esteemed mayor and our extraordinarily capable council member and our staff. Jeremiah 29:7 says, "Do good things for the city I sent you to. Pray to the Lord for the city that you are living in, because if there is peace in that city, you will have peace also." I'm so thankful that for the past 25 years, I've had the honor of shepherding the over 178,895 residents of our beloved Dena. I've had the distinct privilege of leading the CCC from the ongoing challenges, even tonight, of affordable housing to nurses and workers' rights, the Eaton Fire distribution, and especially the ongoing work of seeking the peace and prosperity of our city through gun violence intervention and prevention. I've committed my life to this ministry of presence, believing that showing up is half of the battle. And I'm so thankful that over the years I've come to respect you all so much more and appreciate our civic leaders and our law enforcement, realizing that we all have similar ambitions for our beloved city and we're better together. Tonight, I just want to thank you for your commitment to peace through programs like GOVAS, as well as numerous plans, activities, and your determination, to the chief and his command staff as well, your determination to take unregistered and illegal guns off of our streets and promote a safe and sustainable and peaceful Pasadena. God bless you. We are praying for you, and we're praying for our community.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of council. On behalf of Chief Harris, the Pasadena Police Department is proud to support Gun Awareness Weekend. alongside city staff. Our officers will proudly wear ribbons June 5th through 7th to represent this important cause. In 2025, the Pasadena Police Department seized or collected a total of 297 firearms, thanks to the vigilant of concerned community members and proactive police work. The community can find valuable gun safety tips on our department's website, located under the Community and Safety, as well as the Divisions and Sections portions drop-down tab of the department's website. In addition, on behalf of the Public Health Department, they have distributed 45 gun locks since launching a free gun lock distribution program in November of 2025. Gun locks are a preventable measure offering a safe way to store firearms at home. Free gun locks remain available for Pasadena residents at the Public Health Department and select libraries. You have been provided with an information sheet on these locations. Thank you.
Next, we have another opportunity to celebrate a young man from our community. Are we? I see.
Mayor, it was mentioned to me that we were going to bring it to us another night, but we can move forward with it tonight if the parents and families.
Well, they have a camera here. Yeah.
Let's go, okay.
Yeah. Okay. That was initially the plan, and then we discovered that the family has a videographer here, and so we think yeah. So we'll recognize a young man from our community who did a tremendous job in advocating on three major California issues and laws. The first, known as the Zachi Bill of 2022, created the state's food allergy online resource guide to give schools and families clear, accessible information. He then championed Munoz Safe Act 2023, which strengthened communications, expanded access to epinephrine, and for the first time allowed after-school providers to receive allergy response trainings. Most recently, he helped lay the groundwork for the Zachi FAST Act, updating California's code to reflect the latest science in allergy treatment and emergency response. So I'm going to ask Zachi Munoz to come up here. If you want to say a few words.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Happy Food Allergy Awareness Month. I want to sincerely thank the Pasadena City Council for this incredible honor, and I want to especially thank Council Member Tyrone Hampton for initiating this honor and truly believing in the importance of advocacy and awareness when it comes to food allergies. This support truly means a lot to me and my family. Being recognized here in the city of Pasadena, the city I call home, makes this moment especially incredible. What started as a personal experience living with food allergies grew into something much larger than I could have ever imagined. Along the way, I realized that the allergic disease wasn't a personal challenge. It was a public health issue that impacted millions of families every single day. Because behind every diagnosis was a child trying to feel included, a parent trying to keep their children safe, a teacher trying to be prepared, and families navigating a system that still had a long way to go. But this realization is what inspired me to use my voice, not only for myself, but for others. Through efforts like the Zachi Bill, the Munoz Safe Act, and the Zachi FAST Act, my goal has always been bigger than legislation itself. It's about helping create a future where awareness leads to change, where preparedness is a standard, and where families feel seen, and where young advocates and voices understand that they have the power to influence ideas far beyond their own communities. We are living in a time where young voices are no longer asking permission to lead. Young people are shaping the ideas around health, safety, and public awareness in ways that are changing communities across our nation and around the world. I believe advocacy isn't about being the loudest voice in the room. It's about using your lived experiences to create understanding, compassion, and progress for others. I hope this recognition also shines a broader light on the growing need for education, awareness, research, and preparedness surrounding allergic diseases and food allergies. Pasadena is a part of who I am, and I'm so proud to continue representing this community while working toward a safer and more informed future for families everywhere across the country. Thank you. I'm so grateful.
Mayor, I know that we have oh, should I, let me get in the photo. Oh, one more photo, sorry. Congratulations, thank you.
Mr. Hampton, you've got to get him a new hat, maybe a Rose Bowl hat.
There ain't nothing like the LA Dodgers, I'll tell you that. I mean, but we will get you a Rose Bowl hat. I do want to say that Zachi is an inspiration and should be an inspiration to all Pasadenians, no matter what age you are. But it's also, as an elected representative, a lot of the times I talk to kids. I go to a lot of different schools, and I talk to kids all the time, and I say, you know what, your voice matters. Just because you can't vote for these elected officials that are around this dais does not mean that your voice doesn't matter. It means that you need to be heard. I want to say to Zachi, you're an inspiration not only to me, but to every individual in the city of Pasadena and every kid who's watching this at home to know that, hey, I can too also make a significant change, and a change that is extremely impactful to the lives of each and every individual in our community. There's a lot of folks in our community, a lot of young people that also have allergies that going, and so to know that someone else is going through what you've gone through, and that you've actually made a significant change to change the laws, which is really hard. It's hard to get a stop sign installed in Pasadena. So to be able to change the law you said not in District 3. He said not in District 3. But to be able to get a state law is amazing. And so everybody continue to listen to our young people. They know what they're talking about, and they are the future of this community. So let's pour into them, let's love them, and let's wrap our arms around them. I love you, Zachi. Congratulations. Thank you.
And definitely go Dodgers.
Mayor,
But we're still going to get your Rose Bowl hat.
Yeah. Mr. Cole?
Mayor, Councilmember Hampton, you speak for all of us in both saluting Zachi and encouraging young people to emulate his inspiration. And I want to thank you for bringing him here to be recognized by us. Truly a remarkable achievement, and it's pretty clear you're not done yet.
He lives in District 2, you know. Next, I'd like to ask Cynthia Kurtz. You know, one of the toughest jobs in probably all of California is heading up Met and serving on that Met board, but certainly heading up the Metropolitan Water District. One of the most important issues that's facing not just Pasadena, but the entire state of California and the entire West Coast. And so we have a new general manager at Met, and I'd like to ask our Met representative Cynthia Kurtz to come on up and introduce him to us.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening. Glad to see the mayor and the city council this evening. We're following a pretty hard act right there. And I didn't mean to call you an act. That was very much not an act. I'm pleased to introduce the general manager of the Metropolitan Water District, Zachi. He was elected unanimously by the Board of Directors to become the 16th Met General Manager, and that's the 16th in almost 100 years. We'll be celebrating our 100-year anniversary in 2028. He officially became the general manager January 1 of 2026, but before that he worked closely with Devin Upadhyay, who you met when Devin came to speak to the council a few months ago. He worked with Devin for 2 months as general manager designee. We had planned a transition and it worked really well. So Savaji, our general manager, I try not to slip into first names, has been with Met for almost 7 months. Prior to accepting the position at Metropolitan, he served as the general manager for the Inland Empire Utility District for 7 years, and he served as the assistant general manager at the West Basin Municipal Water District, and he was program manager for the Orange County Water District, where he helped develop one of the first recycling projects in the state of California. And I mention that so you have his background, but also because all 3 of those agencies are Met member agencies. That shows he has a really deep understanding of how much agencies like Pasadena are impacted by the decisions that are made in his boardroom. When I was communicating with him about the Metropolitan budget, which we just adopted, and some of the Pasadena concerns we had related to paying for our own capital projects and our own customer rates, he quickly acknowledged the impact that was related to what Metropolitan was doing, the need to always consider member agency impacts in all of our decisions, and he demonstrated that he heard us, he heard me, when he brought the final budget to the board for adoption. He guided the board through that very tough budget, resulting in a unanimous approval. I think that's the first time I ever remember a unanimous approval of a Metropolitan budget, not just from the time that I've been on the board, but when I was here in City Hall as well. He joined me at a very critical time in the negotiations that are about what we use and how we preserve the declining Colorado River, and as they say in the water world, was thrown right into the deep end. He has demonstrated strong leadership skills in negotiating with the 7 basin states, the Bureau of Reclamation, and within California, because we have to have an agreement within the California agencies that use Colorado River about how we're going to allocate the cuts, both the ones that we have agreed to take and the ones we will be forced to take in the future. When he's not working, which isn't often, I'm told he likes live music, so maybe we will see him at some of the Rose Bowl festivals. I can send you that information if you would. Oh, you already discovered? Okay, I'm too late. We are so pleased to have him as our general manager. He's been a real pleasure to work with. I'm pleased that he could join us this evening so the council can hear directly from him about what his plans are for running Metropolitan. Thank you.
Appreciate that. Good evening again. My name is Shivaji Deshmukh. It's really a pleasure and an honor to be here, especially in these chambers. As I was approaching today, I was thinking a lot about our shared experience. Metropolitan is a large special district that covers 6 counties, and the city of Pasadena, one with one of the most rich history in Southern California. And it's always easy to find connection from a water angle, because really water is woven into the fabric of the history of California and the Southwest. But like Director Kurtz pointed out, we're close to celebrating our 100th birthday at Metropolitan, and the first board meeting held by Metropolitan was in 1928 in Pasadena at the Huntington Hotel. It's really, really neat to see history when you look at the photos and you see that board meeting, and you transpose that or you compare it to what we have today with our diverse 38-member board representing a huge part of Southern California, making us the biggest water district in the nation. So I stand here very humbled in this position. I'm very fortunate. I think a lot about being set up for success thanks to the leadership of the Met Board, specifically Director Kurtz in her leadership, not only in the Met Board, but on significant issues like the Colorado River. The board is what sets policy. They're what make things happen. They invested early on, well before I got there, in terms of learning about the needs of the organization. the impact and the need to prioritize affordability, but ultimately our job to provide water. And with that, this board unanimously passed a budget that I would describe as modest in rate increase, but substantial in impact. In that budget includes over $1 billion over the next 2 years focused on the development not only of protecting our existing infrastructure, but investing in reliability. And what that means is looking at projects both within our service area and throughout the state of California, if not the Southwest, to bolster that reliability. It was mentioned Pasadena gets about one half, maybe 2/3 of their water from Metropolitan. You're also fortunate to not only have access to groundwater, but you have invested significantly, your residents have invested significantly in conservation and other water use efficiency projects that have not only benefited Pasadena, but really the Met service area. So for that, I want to say thank you. The challenges that we face, not just as a city in Pasadena, but throughout Southern California, are significant. The Colorado River experienced its driest precipitation on record. That is alarming for us, where while California is a major water rights holder on the Colorado River, Metropolitan is not. In addition to that, we're seeing a climate that's rapidly changing, weather patterns that are evolving, and what once was a relied upon snowpack for us as a water supply from Northern California is now melting off quicker than we can capture and store for it. So for us at Metropolitan, with our member agencies like Pasadena, is really to work on that together, adapt in an affordable manner, and make sure we're prepared for what the environment has to bring us. In addition to the supplies being challenged, the infrastructure is as well. We're seeing impacts to the California Aqueduct, one of the most famous infrastructure projects in the nation, and we're seeing impacts of subsidence that could impact our ability to collect that water. We're also, as Pasadena knows very well, dealing with wildfires as a community, and we need to make sure that we have the water supply there and ready to help assist in that. While I bring up all these challenges, I'm an extremely practical optimist, and I feel like we have the tools and the leadership available to address these. Not only this 2-year budget that has a significant amount of investment for that infrastructure commitment, as well as the future reliability. We have a board who supported an investment in staff. We have very unique facilities at Metropolitan. We're bringing water in from hundreds of miles away with operations in the middle of nowhere in the Mojave Desert. And so it's important that we get the right workforce for us to execute this. But what really gives me hope is the decisions, either unanimous or near unanimous, of the board that reflect a commitment to work together, whether that was to invest in the funding for planning the Delta Conveyance Project, which is a project we're evaluating on how we want to be a part of that could bring water around or under the Delta, as well as looking at investments in storage, as well as recycled water within our own service area. These are 3 big projects where decisions need to be made in the next 1 to 2 years. And so it's incumbent on staff that we bring the right information through the climate adaptation master planning for water process and give the board the right information they have to make those tough decisions. But I feel like the process is evolved and getting there and ready to go as we evaluate these big decisions. But in addition to that, we are fortunate to have 26 member agencies who all work very well together. And it's something that gives me confidence going into this job. I'd like to specifically call out my colleague and friend, Stacy Takiguchi, who runs the water side of your shop. And she is one of those reasons that the member agencies work together. Is we do think about our member agencies, speaking as a former member agency manager, but we also recognize that as a collective, we have to work together to solve the problems here, and we can't think about water management constrained to political boundaries. So with all that being said, I wanted to say thank you again for being here. I'm happy to answer any questions, and I look forward to working with you all for the next few years, hopefully longer. So thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Just one really brief question. Number one, thank you for coming here to council and letting us all know. And congratulations on becoming general manager. Unanimous appointment is amazing. So you must have told everybody you were going to bring us water. And he is bringing us water, by the way. But the question I had was, water is an amazing, I consider it liquid gold. And right now we have when we do have storms, we're not allowed to capture as much water as we would like to recharge our Raymond Basin. Do you have plans on trying to figure out a way for us in grant dollars, figure out a way for our city to continue to be able to do that? Or actually to increase that?
Council member, one of the things that I'm really happy and proud about Metropolitan with the long track record is figuring out ways to partner with the member agencies. Some examples of that have been storing water in groundwater basins, investing in the development of local supply projects like recycled water or other brackish waters, waters that you can't consume unless you treat them. Met finds ways to partner. That has been probably one of the biggest surprises coming into the agency is how many partnerships we have. So without knowing the specifics of the history between Pasadena and Metropolitan, I look forward to working with your team to see where those partnerships lie. Right now, it's very important for us to commit to as much storage as we can. Our storage is full. We're looking all right within the state. We're looking at a lot of challenges on the Colorado River. It doesn't mean we can get complacent. So we need to make sure we look at every opportunity to store water and commit to working with your team on that as well.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Mr. Madison?
Thank you, Mayor. Shivaji, great to see you. I apologize that I'm remote. I came down with something unexpectedly and I'm participating under the Just Cause provision. But I would just say to my colleagues, I was fortunate to get to know Shivaji when he was at IEUA, and he was such an excellent choice for the Met. And as I think your presentation even here tonight has demonstrated. So, please let us know how we can support you. You're really not managing expectations very well, though. If you got a unanimous budget your first year out, you got nowhere to go there. So, but we support you and are really, really excited about the future with the Met at your leadership. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Madison. Appreciate that.
And Mayor, if I may, congratulations to our general manager. And I've already seen you at a lot of conferences, and you've definitely hit the ground running. And I think we're fortunate to have your leadership. You spoke about the first 100 years of Met. What's your vision? We probably all won't be here within the next 100 years, but what would be your ideal place for Met to be in the next 100 years, given all the uncertainty?
Yeah, great question. I guess very simply, my response would be an adaptation to shift to reliable sources. Met has always been a reliable agency. Unfortunately, our sources have not. Over a long average, they have been. The 20th century had a very different climate that we're experiencing now. So for us at Met, we're getting a lot of support from the board to make sure we invest in that adaptation. It's just a question of how we adapt. And so I really feel the next 100 years are going to be focused on building up those drought-proof supplies as well as storage and figuring out how to adjust to this new reality. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Cole?
Yeah, thank you for a substantive and candid description of the state of Met and what's lying ahead. Many times people come and simply share pleasantries, and I really appreciate you giving us the opportunity to hear in much more depth and detail the challenges we all face that we share with you. You mentioned the Delta conveyance. 40 years of controversy over that project and profound environmental and financial impacts on the Delta and on ratepayers in Southern California. I hope that as you near a decision, if we ever get to a decision, that you can come back and share the thinking, so we have the opportunity to weigh in, because that's really a generational decision for Southern California. And I think, much trust as I have in our representative, I think we need to talk about it here at the dais.
And to Mr. Cole, I mean, Cynthia is scheduled to attend the MSC meeting where we'll dive into that topic and many more as well.
Splash.
The mayor says, make a splash.
And anything
The mayor is all wet.
anything we can do to support the Pasadena staff and Director Kurtz, we're happy to help. So, thank you.
Thank you. And many of you may know that Pasadena, Met is built into Pasadena's legacy. Pasadena was one of the first 5 founders of the Metropolitan Water Agency, and as a result, Southern California was able to grow as it did, and so Met is very, very, very important to the city of Pasadena, to all of us, but certainly part of our history. So, thank you. I was waiting for you to say, "Let there be water." Thank you, and thank you to Cynthia for very ably representing our great city. Tough job, but doing a great job. Thank you, Cynthia. Okay, next we'll turn to, yes, public comments for matters not on the agenda. Okay, 2 minutes.
We have 3 speaker cards for public comments on matters not on the agenda. Humera, then Ken Compton, then Randall Hine Lamb. 2 minutes. I'll ring a bell when you have 30 seconds left. Go ahead.
So my comments today are not exactly what I had planned. This morning, 2 teenage gunmen killed 3 people at the Islamic Center of San Diego. They were also in the Islamic school. The people murdered were a security guard who, by all reports, was a hero who saved lives, a teacher's husband, and a grocer. Messages of anti-Muslim hate were found at the scene. I have prayed at that mosque. I have family members who sometimes attend that mosque. The hate-driven murders could have happened anywhere. They've happened way too many places. My children attended an Islamic school in Michigan, and I served on the school's board of directors for a while, and we had to spend way too much time planning for what we would do if something similar happened at our school and mosque. So today we are again reminded that unfortunately the fear of hate-motivated violence against Muslims is very much grounded in reality. After all, there's literally a Muslim hate caucus in Congress with at least 60 members. It's called the Sharia Free America Caucus. Look it up, I'm not making it up. So let me end by reminding you that there are many people in our community who are the targets of hate, whether it's because of their faith, the color of their skin, who they love, where they come from, and so many other really stupid reasons. And I would ask today that you adjourn briefly in memory and acknowledgement of the people murdered in a hate crime at the Islamic Center of San Diego. Thank you.
Thank you. Ken Compton, followed by Randall Hine Lamb.
Good evening, Council and Mayor. My name is Ken Compton, and I have a business here in Pasadena. I've been in here, Pasadena, for 35 years. I frequent the Lower Arroyo, and I'm hoping that the council will table a revote on a vote that was taken last year to remove 17 mature trees from the Lower Arroyo, partly because they are not native, but also because of potential fire dangers. But Those trees don't appear to be a fire danger. There's several varieties of those same trees that survived the Eaton fire robustly without any issue. So it is our hope that you would requestfully allow us a revote of that last year's meeting because it was only announced over the internet on the UFC Council website. So the lower royal public didn't get a chance to vote on it or didn't get a chance to even request anything on it because they weren't aware that there was actually a vote taking place. So we thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Randall Hein Lamb, followed by Yadi.
Welcome, sir.
Thank you very much. Randall Hein Lamb, District 5 resident, member of Pasadena for Palestine. I was unable to gain entry to the council chambers last week when this body voted 5-2 in favor of a more specific ESG, excuse me, I'm having problems with my notes here. A more specific ESG investment policy. First of all, thank you for listening to the hundreds of voices raised at over a year's worth of meetings, the great majority of which urged this body to invest in financial vehicles that reflected the values this city hopes to live out. Second, I want to specifically thank my council member, Vice Mayor Rivas, who filled in for our ailing mayor last week. I'm glad to see him back in tonight, hopefully fully recovered. And I'd like to thank Vice Mayor Rivas and the 4 other members, Mr. Lyon, Mr. Jones, Mr. Hampton, and Mr. Cole for their yes votes and seeing through the false claims of anti-Semitism, and especially for your willingness to urge the Fire and Police Retirement System Board to take similar action and reinvest in matters which support life. I would use my remaining time, however, to counter arguments put forward by 2 of our council members who voted against the resolution. One described our group of supporters as a hate group, yet we were the group representing multiple faith traditions and a wide variety of peoples and locations from which they have come to Pasadena. We were also told that one member could not support this because he didn't believe that there was a genocide. And despite arguing for the fact that multiple organizations, including the International Criminal Court and the International Court of Justice, have ruled that there is a probable genocide and have issued arrest warrants, that really wasn't the matter. The matter was trying to get
Your
this
time has
city-
expired.
Thank you, to invest properly. Thank you very much.
Yadi.
Mayor, I'd like to be recognized very briefly. Mr. Lamb, I appreciate you and your comments this evening. But when the council votes, no matter how they vote, it's a collective. So even if 2 or 3 vote no, when the council votes for something, that is the collective. So when you're thanking the council, and I appreciate the thanks, you should thank the whole council.
No, sir, let's not engage in. Let's not engage. Thank you.
And I appreciate you.
But I don't necessarily have to.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Okay, Yadi?
Fund the fire department. A parcel tax should be a standalone item for the fire department. Don't lump it in with public works or make this go to the general fund. We tried that already. Last week, the city shared their plan to place a parcel tax on this fall's ballot for funding both public works and fire department infrastructure needs. It sounds like that was news not only to the public, but to the council members as well. To remind the council and the public, I proactively asked the council last spring after the fire to put together a task force to examine the city's response to the fire and what we could do to improve in the future. I was ignored, so I went to Sacramento, and voila, I got a state audit from Assemblymember Harabedian. Now, the city has a survey asking for resident input on what we see as the priorities for the fire department. Although we had the fire chief hire a consultant and work diligently on a strategic plan, the public is being tasked with reclassifying what the fire department deems its priorities. Other questions we asked were akin to being asked to which to prioritize between insulin, gas, baby formula, electricity, or rent. Of course, they're all important. Why we're asking to make impossible choices is beyond me. Let's be clear. The largest, most destructive disaster to happen in the history of Pasadena was the fire, and we need to find ways to fund all of these important government services and programs, including fire department infrastructure and operational needs. The year before the fire, I asked the fire department for CERT training. There wasn't any because of lack of funds. There was no evacuation alerts from Genesis as promised because of lack of funds. First responders had to go to hardware stores to pick up protective equipment. Please don't make me go out and collect signatures to put this directly on the ballot. The fire department serves an essential function, and you guys are the ones who called their efforts heroic, so you should follow your words with actions and fund the fire department.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That completes public comment on matters not on the agenda.
Thank you. Next, we'll turn to the
Consent
calendar. And we do have 3 speaker cards on item 1.
Two speaker
cards, thank you, on item 1. So why don't we hold item 1 and I'll entertain a sweet motion on the remainder of the consent calendar. Moved by Mr. Masuda. Seconded by Mr. Lyon.
We lost.
No, we have a quorum.
I know, but we lost.
And so roll call?
Yep. 6:50. Sorry, I was busy getting that. Who was the first and the second? Sorry. Mr. Masuda.
Mr.
Thank you, Mr. Lyon. Councilmember Cole is absent. Councilmember Hampton is absent. Councilmember Jones?
Yes.
Councilmember Lyon?
Yes.
Councilmember Madison?
Yes.
Councilmember Masuda?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rivas?
Yes.
Mayor Gordo?
Yes.
Motion is unanimously approved. For item 1, we have a speaker card submitted by Ted Smith and Yachty. Mr. Smith, I saw you. There you are. And then you don't want to? Okay, so just Mr. Smith.
Mr. Smith, welcome.
2 minutes, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor and council members. I strongly support the proposed amendment to the Pasadena Fire Department fiscal year of 2026. Operating budgets and acceptance to the $100,000 grant from the California Fire Foundations for the post-Eaton fire recovery and community projects. This investment is not only simpler, but it's also vegetation management. It's about protecting the lives and neighborhood of older adults and people with disability and vulnerable residents living in Pasadena in the higher fire severity zone. The Eaton Canyon fire reminds all of us that the wildfire preparedness can no longer be treated as a seasonal or option. It must become part of the Pasadena's long-term public safety infrastructure. I appreciate support of the focus of the FireWise community, the initiatives to public education, defensive space preparations, neighborhood resilience. The efforts helped reside between understanding evacuations readiness, the reduced hazardous fuel conditions, and the potential lower future insurance burdens on homeowners already facing the finances. I also encourage the city to ensure the equitable outreach of seniors, individuals with disability, renters, and historical underserved communities who have made additional assistance navigating vegetation compliances, emergency preparedness, and recovery efforts. The funds are represented prevention, preparedness, and partnership, and I respectfully urge approval of the budget on the amendment. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Smith.
With Yachty removing her comment, that completes public comment on item 1.
Is there a motion on item 1? Moved by Mr. Masuda. Seconded by Mr. Jones. Roll call.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Cole?
Yes.
Councilmember Hampton is absent. Councilmember Jones?
Yes.
Councilmember Lyon?
Yes.
Councilmember Madison?
Yes.
Councilmember Masuda?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rivas?
Yes.
Mayor Gordo?
Yes.
Motion is unanimously approved. We're going to item 7. I think it's 7.
Yeah, it is. So next we'll turn to item 7. This is an authorization for a contract. Mr. Claire? Mr. Oxford?
Thank you, Mayor. So this item did go to MSC. MSC asked for some additional follow-up questions. Acting Assistant City Manager Philip LeClaire and Erica Alvarez, our purchasing administrator, worked with the Department of Transportation to do some more investigation work on both the grant side and the bus procurement side to see if there were options to pivot to a different direction. And I believe that they did a great job summarizing that in the cover memo. We can certainly present on this, or we can just answer council questions if there are any.
Questions, comments, Mr. Cole?
I have comments. Mr. City Clerk?
You want us to bring up your PowerPoint?
That'd be good.
Please.
So I understand that we've made a significant investment, and our staff has worked hard over a number of years to find a cost-effective alternative for meeting the state's zero emission mandates. I have consistently questioned hydrogen as a genuinely renewable fuel. Yesterday, the New York Times ran a story. Most of the hydrogen the world uses today, mainly for fertilizer and refining, is produced using natural gas in a process that creates lots of emissions. In recent years, the United States and other countries have invested literally billions of dollars trying to make, quote, green, unquote, hydrogen with wind and solar power, but it has proved difficult and expensive. An earlier New York Times story, which I quote from here, America's clean hydrogen dreams are fading again. The market for the clean burning fuel remains nascent. Costs are rising, and Congress just put a lucrative tax credit out of reach of many companies. Most of the projects that were on the horizon when staff was making this commitment have evaporated because of market realities and because of federal cutbacks. Next slide. And we are not alone. This the challenge with hydrogen is worldwide. Austria, Poland, Germany, France, England, Australia, Belgium. These are Poland. These are all countries where hydrogen investment has been abandoned by transit companies. And literally, the latest report from the European Economic Community is that 94% of the new orders for zero-emission fleets for buses in Europe are electric. And there literally, this year, were no new orders for hydrogen. So, next slide. This really sums it up. As time passes, the operational burden becomes clearer. Fuel costs remain high and volatile. Infrastructure downtime affects service reliability. Spare parts and trained technicians are scarce. Fleet expansion is delayed or quietly abandoned, etc. So we have letters in the record today from residents that go into more detail about reasons why hydrogen is impractical, expensive, and not renewable. This will be the cheapest time to go in a different direction. After today, we'll spend $316,000, and then we'll be under increasing compulsion to spend $15 million going forward. And so I know that the council members feel like we're committed to this and have to persevere. But at some point, we're going to have to throw in the towel. And today is the cheapest day to do that. And so I hope that we will not move forward with this. If we do use hydrogen, we don't, it's going to be trucked in anyway, because there's no way to deliver it other than by truck. And we don't know where it would come from, because there is no reliable source of green hydrogen today in existence in Southern California or Northern California for that matter. So that's, I know that I've been a lonely voice on this, but I think the staff is to be commended for their diligence in planning at a time when all of this could not have been foreseen, but now we see it all over the world. And hydrogen is proved to be, green hydrogen has proved to be a blind alley. And the impact of having to pay for gray hydrogen in the years ahead will be cutbacks in service to our most vulnerable residents. I don't want to see that happen, and so I respectfully ask for a no vote on this item.
Thank you. We have one speaker card.
Okay.
Jennifer Louie, who is participating virtually. No? Her card came in at 6:12, so she's not there. Okay. The city clerk's office did receive 2 letters advocating for the city to purchase battery electric powered buses, 2 letters expressing concerns and or opposition with the city purchasing hydrogen buses, with all providing comments on the matter. And there was correspondence received at the April 13th and the April 28th meeting, April 13th city council meeting, April 28th MSC meeting that were provided as part of the packet and distributed to the council, posted online, are part of the record for this item. In that time, did you guys find her? No? Okay. Other than that, we don't have any other speaker cards on this item.
Questions, comments? You know, I was,
I'm in the queue, Mayor, just when appropriate.
okay,
I didn't mean to interrupt, but please.
I don't see you in the queue.
Your
hand's up.
The hand is raised. Yeah, that's the only way I have it.
Go ahead, Mr. Madison.
Thank you very much, Mayor. The staff report indicates that municipal services was involved in this item in its journey to the council. So I wonder if Matt or Philip, you could share with us whether there was any direction from MSC. I saw the discussion about the consequences of altering course now, and it looks like it would be a significant financial challenge for the city to do that. But was there any direction from MSC in this regard?
That's correct, Councilmember Madison. This is Philip Leclerc, acting assistant city manager. And we did visit MSC on April 28th, and the direction that was given to staff was to go back and speak with the granting authorities or granting agencies, and there's 5 different granting agencies for this purchase. And we were trying to find out what was potentially feasible in if we were going to move from a propulsion technology from hybrid to battery electric buses, what impacts would we have to the grants that were already approved. And then the second direction was to review what financial impacts there could be with the bus manufacturer, since we put in the order back in October of 2025, and what impacts would it be if we changed the propulsion technology or we made a cancellation. And so staff, including myself and our purchasing administrator for the city, sat in on all those phone calls and discussions, reviewed contracts, and talked to the grantee agencies, and we put all that information for council's review. And that was, the next step was to bring the full picture back to council along with this agenda item.
But just to be clear, it looks like the financial impact of the contract is $316,800, but the financial impact of trying to alter course now would be $15-20 million when you combine the grant funding and the investment that we already have in this project.
Yes, that's correct. We, by changing course now, we are at risk for some of that already in non-reimbursable amounts that we know of already, or loss of grant funds, and then a lot of other grant funds at risk. And so the real report that we were tasked to do out of MSC was to kind of reconsider the bus purchase. While the agenda report in front of council for approval tonight is about a design and project management contract to look at the, to help us review and look at the hydrogen fueling facility.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you. Mr. Lyon followed, I'm sorry, Mr. Jones followed by Mr. Lyon.
Thanks, Mayor, and to my colleague on MSC and council, Mr. Cole. I mean, you know, I appreciate his sincere effort in bringing up the research and forcing us to take another look at it, especially during MSC. And I agree with Philip, is that we did give some direction for staff to go back and do further research on the impacts, not only the financial impacts, but also what was brought up during the MSC meeting was the impact to the residents, to the users who use the bus services. And I think you came back and you've outlined it clearly here. So I'm prepared to make a motion to support the staff recommendation.
Second.
Mr. Lyon.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be brief. I also want to thank my colleague, Mr. Cole, for bringing this up and for really pressing the issue at MSC and our last couple of council meetings on this. Effectively, we made this decision in 2023, and we have revisited it a couple of times now. But this is closer to $18 million investment that we've made so far, and we have more investment to make. And with respect, I would encourage everybody to read the New York Times article from today, because I had a different read on what it had to say and its optimism for the industry. There is continuing work all over the world happening to move toward green hydrogen. What is true now is that hydrogen fuel cells are clean at the point of combustion, so every bus will be running clean. The issue with creating gray hydrogen, as it's called, is at the point of manufacture. However, those emissions are still less than the CNG buses that we're now running in the city. So we are net reducing our emissions in the world. And I think we can't credibly ask out of one side of our mouth, Pasadena Water and Power to look at forward-thinking, roll the dice kind of propositions for saving energy without also doing that in other places in the city. And so we have made a decision to go with a technology that is still in process and being developed. And it remains to be seen where it's going to come out, but it's a decision that we have made. And again, it's net cleaner than what we're doing now. So I also support the motion.
The alternative, meaning is green energy, is the technology is improved. We still have an alternative that's net cleaner.
Yeah.
Mr. Masuda?
Thank you, Mayor. If you remember, this came up in finance several months ago, and Mr. Cole was very passionate about what he's saying, and he's saying it today. But we didn't agree with him, and we moved that motion forward to have hydrogen in hydrogen buses, if you remember that. Thank you so much.
Thank you. This has been a concern in all areas of investment as these technologies develop, and we did make a decision to, one, pursue the grants and ask the staff to pursue the grants, and they successfully did so, and we made the investment. I was concerned when I heard about the federal action to take away the investment that would bring us the green hydrogen. I was concerned that we wouldn't have an alternative that remains clean, that is clean, but I'm satisfied that we do have an alternative in the clean hydrogen. Maybe not green, but we do have an alternative to use, and so I'm prepared to also support the motion.
And Mayor, there is the article I think Mr. Lyon referenced in the New York Times today talks about geologic hydrogen. You know, obviously getting hydrogen from underground could become a major source of clean energy. But obviously, as Mr. Cole had mentioned and Mr. Lyon mentioned, we're not quite there yet, but it could become a source.
I'll be very brief. It's a Hail Mary, and it's not without its own environmental challenges to embark upon that kind of massive new industry of drilling around the world for a source of energy that has never been tapped ever before. I understand where everyone is, and I respect where everyone is. And I would hope that I'm incorrect. But to the point about talking out of both sides of our mouth, green hydrogen is not efficient, even if it's produced. The amount of energy that's wasted by converting solar-driven electricity into hydrogen results in higher GHGs. So I think to be consistent, we need to move away from hydrogen, and we'll see how the next year develops, because after we spend this $316,000, we'll have to decide yet again whether we're prepared to then go and spend another $12 million to take the next step. So hopefully the picture is clearer in a year when we have to make that decision.
Thank you. And I think we should have a clear record. We did go back to the granting agency and ask for some flexibility, and what was the response?
Yes, we did. That's also outlined in the memo in detail, but in summary, there were certain grants immediately, if we canceled or changed away from hydrogen, we would lose about $3.6 million. And then there was another $14.2 million that was at risk, meaning that we would have to reapply or rescope, get approvals, and in some cases could take 6 to 12 months to work its way up, in some cases to a board or some type of authority to make that happen.
So potentially we could be forfeiting approximately $18 million.
That's correct.
Okay, and so let's roll call.
Did you, we did have that.
Oh, we did have one public speaker who joined us
Jennifer Louie?
online.
If you could unmute, great. You have 2 minutes. I'll ring a bell when you have 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Sorry, my apologies. I meant to submit it for item 12.
Oh,
okay, thank you.
okay, thank you.
Roll call?
To approve the staff recommendation, Councilmember Cole?
No.
Councilmember Hampton is absent. Councilmember Jones?
Yes.
Councilmember Lyon?
Yes.
Councilmember Madison?
Yes.
Councilmember Masuda?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rivas?
Yes.
Mayor Gordo?
Yes.
The motion is approved, 6 in favor, 1 against, 1 absent.
Thank you.
Move on. For item 8, it is just to continue the public hearing. We just need a motion to continue to June 15th, 2026 at 6 p.m.
So moved.
By Mr. Masuda,
Second.
by Mr. Jones.
Yeah.
Do a roll call.
Yes.
Okay. To continue the public hearing for item 8, Councilmember Cole? Yes. Councilmember Hampton is absent. Councilmember Jones?
Yes.
Councilmember Lyon?
Yes.
Councilmember Madison?
Yes.
Councilmember Masuda?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rivas?
Yes.
Mayor Gordo?
Yes.
That motion is unanimously approved. Item 8 is moved to June 15th at 6 p.m. Moving on to item 9. This is the continued public hearing for the operating budget. Since the last meeting, the city clerk's office received 1 letter advocating for the city council to consider higher density in city planning in order for Pasadena to become financially solvent, and 3 letters advocating for the city council to fund year-round shelter in the city, with all providing comments on the matter. Mayor, we do have 1 public comment speaker for item 9, Bert Newton.
Mr. Newton, welcome.
You have 2 minutes. I'll ring your bell when you have 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Yes, good evening. One of the major challenges of our city is the lack of revenue resulting in budget deficits, according to the staff report. And this is one reason I think that the staff did not include the city council's budget priorities, such as the desperately needed year-round homeless shelter. So I want to take the opportunity to point out that a major reason that many American cities are financially insolvent is because of city planning. Too much of cities are zoned for single-family homes, and that includes Pasadena. Bill Wong told us that Pasadena is zoned 75% single-family. Studies show that these low-density neighborhoods don't supply the tax base needed for the infrastructure and services provided to them, roads, sewer lines, trash pickup, etc., whereas higher-density neighborhoods are a financial net positive, even low-income, high-density neighborhoods. And I did send all of you an entertaining video, and that shows the studies as well. Higher density is also healthier. It makes the city more walkable, bikeable, so that people get more exercise, and we put fewer particulates into the air that we all have to breathe. So higher density really means better financial returns, healthier bodies, and cleaner air. It's a win-win for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Newman.
That completes public comment on item 9. Yeah, that completes public comment on item 9. We need to continue the public hearing to June 8th, 2026 at 6 p.m.
Your motion? Mr. Masuda, followed by Mr. Cole. Roll call?
Councilmember Cole?
Yes.
Councilmember Hampton is absent. Councilmember Jones?
Yes.
Councilmember Lyon?
Yes.
Councilmember Madison?
Yes.
Councilmember Masuda?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rivas?
Yes.
Mayor Gordo?
Yes.
Motion is unanimously approved. Okay, we are moving on to item 10. I will.
So this is a fairly routine matter. Do we need a presentation?
I need to open the public hearing, though.
Okay.
This is the time and place for the public hearing on amendment to the schedule of taxes, fees, and charges for fiscal year 2027 on March 26th, April 2nd, April 9th, 2026. The public hearing notice was published in the Pasadena Press. And for this item, no correspondence was received by the city clerk's office.
And this is a routine matter, adjusting for CPI increases. And so, is there a motion?
I'll move approval.
Ms. Rivas? Second. Mr. Masuda's second.
So that was to close the public hearing?
Yes.
Yes.
Why not?
Sure.
On the merits.
On the merits too, and Mr. Masuda on the merits. Okay, but we'll close the public hearing first. Roll call.
Yeah, roll call.
Councilmember Cole to close it.
Yes.
Councilmember Hampton is absent. Councilmember Jones?
Yes.
Lyon?
Yes.
Madison?
Yes.
Masuda?
Yes.
Rivas?
Yes.
Gordo?
Yes.
Motion is approved unanimously. And then on the merits?
Roll call.
Councilmember Cole?
Yes.
Councilmember Hampton is absent. Councilmember Jones?
Yes.
Councilmember Lyon?
Yes.
Councilmember Madison?
Yes.
Councilmember Masuda?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rivas?
Yes.
Mayor Gordo?
Yes.
Motion is unanimously approved.
Okay.
Mayor and Mr. City Manager, there has been some talk as we've looked at the budget about greater capture of potential subsidies that we are currently supporting where the fees are lower than the cost. Is that coming back to us as part of the budget, or?
Yes, Councilmember Cole, we are planning on June 8th as part of the continued public hearing that we will come back to talk about revenue and revenue opportunities more.
Mm-hmm.
And one of those will be a discussion about full cost recovery options.
Okay, thank you.
And that'll likely be an ongoing discussion as well, given the number of fees and costs associated. Okay. Item 11.
Okay. Item 11 This is the time and place for the public hearing related to a quasi-judicial action appeal of the Design Commission's decision to approve an application for consolidated design review, DHP 2026-00073, for a project at 600 North Rosemead Boulevard that includes a new five-story, 82-unit multifamily residential building and the adapted reuse of an existing two-story office building into 51 dwelling units for a total of 133 residential units, 131 affordable units, and 2 manager units. 1 second. On May 4th, 2026, 88 postcards were mailed. And the city clerk's office has received extensive correspondence on this matter. 29 letters in opposition to and/or expressing concerns related to the proposed development project at 600 North Rosemead Boulevard and/or in support of the appeal. 49 letters in support of the proposed development project at 600 North Rosemead Boulevard and/or advocating for the city council to deny the appeal. 1 letter from the applicant responding to the appellant's concerns, and 1 email with 119 copies of a form letter in support of the proposed project, with all letters providing comments on the matter. Those letters were distributed to the council, posted online, are part of the record for this public hearing.
Okay. So we'll start.
Yeah.
Why don't you go ahead and read the.
So this is a quasi-judicial matter. The form for this hearing will be the city manager and staff presentation, followed by city council questions. The applicant will be given 7 to 10 minutes for a presentation. The appellant will be given 7 to 10 minutes for a presentation. The council may ask questions of the applicant and appellant. Then there will be, the public will have an opportunity to speak on the matter. Those who have submitted speaker cards should do so now. Then there will be appellant rebuttal for 3 minutes, followed by the applicant rebuttal for 3 minutes, and then the council will close the public hearing and begin their deliberations. So that's the form of the public hearing.
Mayor,
Thank you.
before the staff presentation, would the city attorney just briefly explain the distinction when we're sitting in a quasi-judicial capacity versus a legislative capacity for the benefit of everyone here?
I'm sorry. 1 moment. I got a little twisted here. Sorry about that. Okay. Yes, with respect to quasi-judicial matters such as this consolidated design review appeal, the council in essence sits as a judge would, and the council will apply the facts to the law and make a decision based on the public record and the information that's presented to them. They can only consider matters that are presented during the public hearing process, and are basing those decisions on the findings that must be provided and found pursuant to our code, and the limitations of whatever the state law requirements are with respect to zoning and other development issues. The members of the public have an opportunity to speak. This is a process where, as the city clerk mentioned, the appellant, the applicant, they each get an opportunity, because this involves what's called due process rights. And so the decision can't be based on something that involves bias that is cannot be overcome based on some personal consideration, but it's based on the facts, the law, meaning the code sections, and how they apply to a particular application. Hopefully that helps.
Okay. So Jennifer, did you want to make opening comments before we turn to the?
Yes, thank you. Rather Dong, Senior Planner, will make the presentation for this item. It's, again, it was approved by the Design Commission, and this is an appeal on the Design Commission approval.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Gordo and City Council. My name is Rather Duong, City Planner with the Senior Planner with the Planning Department. As was stated earlier, the item before you is an appeal of the Design Commission's consolidated design review approval for a new multifamily development located at 600 North Rosemead Boulevard. Sorry, the applicant submitted the design review application on March 9, 2026 for consolidated design review for a housing project that is 100% affordable with a total of 133 residential dwelling units, which includes 2 manager units. And on April 14, 2026, the Design Commission reviewed and approved the application with conditions. And on April 24th, 2026, an appeal was filed by Lower Hastings Ranch Association. Just some background on the project and project site. The project site is zoned East Pasadena Specific Plan, Sub-Area 2, Commercial Office District, Sub-Area 2 within the East Pasadena Specific Plan. The site is 93,759 square feet or 2.15 acres in size. The project involves an adaptive reuse of an existing 2-story office building to a residential building with a total of 51 units. And also there is an existing 2-story parking structure located south of the existing office building, which will be demolished in order to accommodate the new 5-story residential building with a total of 82 units. 55 total parking spaces will be provided between the 2 buildings. The proposal, the request before you is also to remove 7 protected trees. The project will utilize the state's density bonus law for a site that is located within half-mile of a major transit stop. Doesn't want to advance. Oh. As a 100% affordable housing project within half a mile. In fact, this project site is within 2 major transit stops. The project automatically receives a number of incentives, including unlimited density, 3 additional stories or 33 feet in additional height, and no minimum parking requirements. The 2 MTS identified for the project site is one located at the intersection of Sierra Madre Villa and Rosemead Boulevard, identified by SCAG in their regional transportation plan, and also at the intersection where 2 bus routes intersect. In addition, the project is eligible for 5 concessions, although the project is also qualifies for waivers. None will be requested under this proposal. The requested concessions include reduced front yard setback, increased building length along the street facade, exemption from the main garden requirements, use of alternative open space standards, and deviation from parking location requirement. The project meets all applicable development standards, including the zoning code, except where provided through the density bonus, state density bonus law incentives and concessions that are utilized. So therefore, the only entitlement required is the design review approval. Design review for this project is a 2-phase process that includes preliminary consultation and consolidated design review. Through those review process, the project has been deemed consistent with all applicable design guidelines, including goals and policies of the land use element and the guidelines in the East Pasadena specific plan. City Council review is limited to the environmental review, design review, specifically the project consistency with all applicable design guidelines, the 3 removal requests, and the requested concession. Therefore, the size of the building or the number or size of units cannot be reduced beyond what the zoning code and state density bonus law allow. This is an aerial view of the project site. The project site is located on the east side of Rosemead Boulevard, bounded by Sierra Madre Villa Avenue and to the north and Green Hill Road to the south. The site has a wide frontage along Rosemead and a shallow depth, and it's surrounded by office and residential uses. Here are images of the project site on the top that identify the existing two-story office building, and to the south of it, adjoining, connected to the office building, is an existing two-story parking structure which will be demolished to accommodate the new construction. And directly across the street from the project site are a couple of 2- and 3-story office buildings. Here are images of the adjacencies to the project site. To the north is another office building, and to the south are 3-story multifamily residential buildings. And to provide additional context, up and down and along Rosemead Boulevard, there are a number of other commercial and office buildings that are located within the vicinity of the project site. And also part of the surrounding context is the single-family neighborhood, which is the Lower Hastings Ranch neighborhood located to the east. Immediately, that is located behind the project site at the top of the slope. These are some of the homes that are located directly behind the new building, which are generally primarily 1-story in height. This is a rendering showing the revised project that was reviewed by the Design Commission. In the foreground is the proposed 5-story new construction, and in the background to the left is the office building that will undergo adaptive reuse. This is a view looking towards the project site in the northeast direction. So the appeal applications, in the appeal applications, the appellant disagrees with the approval and identified 5 appeal points in the appeal applications, which includes the project violates the general plan land use element goal 33.1. The density bonuses were granted erroneously without evidence that the project is located within half-mile of a major transit stop. Number 3, the height of the proposed building for building B exceeds the maximum height permitted by the zoning code. Number 4, the noise and vibration technical report used to grant CEQA Class 32 exemption was incomplete or inaccurate. And 5, the application submitted for design review was incomplete. So in regards to the appeal point number 1, that the project violates the general plan land use element goal 33.1. The land use element goal 33 identifies East Pasadena as a semi-urban environment that contains higher density mixed-use projects that incorporates retail, office, and housing uses in order to facilitate transit use and walking. And policy 33.1 under goal 33 achieves to incentivize development that is closest to the Sierra Madre Villa Metro Gold Line station, which is now called the A line, by increasing the density closest to the station and reducing or lowering the density further away from the Metro Gold Line station, such as the proposed project. The project is a multi-family use, it's a permitted land use on the project site that will provide additional housing close to transit, retail, and job opportunities consistent with the goals and policies of the general plan. So in terms of continuing on with staff response to appeal point number 2, the density bonuses were granted without evidence that the project is within 1/2 mile of an MTS as defined by Government Code and Public Resources Code. The state density bonus law defines major transit stop in the same way or consistently, in that it's determined to be the intersection of 2 or more major bus routes with the frequencies of service of 20 minutes or less during morning and peak commute hours. And also the major transit stops that are included in the applicable regional transportation plan as identified by SCAC can also be included as a major transit stop applicable to the project site. Staff also reviewed applicable law and technical advisory memos from HCD and concluded that the project is within 1/2 mile of an MTS based on the project vicinity at the intersection of Foothill Boulevard and Rosemead Boulevard, meeting the frequency of service interval as stated, as provided here, and also at the intersection of Foothill Boulevard and Sierra Madre Villa as identified in the SCAC regional transportation plan. Here's a map showing the 2 major transit stops in proximity to the project site. Both are located south of the project site. The green dot identifies the major transit stop in the regional transportation plan by SCAC, and the orange intersection is where 2 bus route intersect, which in this case, Foothill Transit Route 187 and Metro 266. So the site is located 0.46 and 0.49 miles from, respectively, from the project site. Also, per the state density bonus law, the city shall not impose vehicular parking standards if the project qualify as if a qualifying development has unobstructed access to an MTS. So an unobstructed access means a resident that is able to access the MTS without encountering natural or constructed impediments as defined here. That includes freeways, rivers, mountains, and bodies of water, but does not include residential structures, shopping center, parking lots, or rails used for transit. Appeal point number 3, the height proposed for building B, the proposed new building, will exceed the maximum height permitted by the zoning code for this location. The height limit for the site based on the zoning code is 38 feet. However, because the project is a density bonus, state density bonus project, and it's 100% affordable housing development located within 1/2 mile of a major transit stop, it automatically receives 33 additional feet in height for a total height of 71 feet. The proposed building is 68 feet high. So appeal number 4 asserts that the noise and vibration technical studies report used to grant the CEQA exemption under Class 32 was incomplete or inaccurate. The noise study and vibration technical study published evaluated the ambient noise level, estimated noise level, and aggregate noise level to sensitive receptors. So all 150 HVAC condenser units were reviewed further, and as concluded in the original noise and vibration study, and they will be arranged in clusters across both buildings that will be set back from the edge of the roof and concealed by equipment screens. The nearest distance from the rooftop equipment to the closest adjacent sensitive receptor property lines are 41 feet to the south and 52 feet to the east. The completed noise study analyzed the most conservative scenario with all 150 units operating at the same time from the nearest building setback distance, not distance to the HVAC equipment. Based on this study, the ambient noise levels is 67 dBA at the southern property line and 51 dBA along the eastern property line. And the estimated noise levels are 57.9 and 55.8 dBAs at the south and east property lines respectively. So this meets the city standards where the estimated noise does not exceed ambient noise levels by 5 dBA at any property line. So appeal point number 5, the applicant was incomplete in that it lacked the required or information causing the design commission to include 39 conditions of approval. The application was deemed complete on April 1st, 2026, consistent with the submittal checklist for consolidated design review. The conclusion of condition of approval is standard practice in for design review, in that each project is unique and different. So the proposed conditions or adopted conditions are meant to address specific design features or elements of the project in greater detail, to modify proposed design features to ensure consistency with the design guidelines, and therefore there are no predetermined number of conditions that can be placed on an approval. Also, the recommended conditions are based on in-depth review of the project plans and can be modified or amended by the design commission. The project, upon implementation of the conditions of approval, will be consistent with the purposes of the design guideline and all design-related goals and policies, as well as the land use element of the general plan. Here are a couple of renderings of the projects as it was originally submitted to us through the PPR process. And also the image on the left is the design that was submitted under the preliminary consultations. Between the two images, you can see that the massing of the project has been further refined, as well as the modulation of the facades and how the project address and transition between public and private realms. This is a rendering of the existing building and the proposed new building that was submitted and reviewed by the Design Commission on April 14, 2026. Under this version, the project introduced a brick material at the base, creating a stronger base. There is an improved pedestrian scale at the entrance with lower wall heights, entry stoop for the manager's unit, and an enhanced entry portal into the garden and courtyard. There is also an enhanced facade treatment with recessed windows, sunshades and awnings, and step or articulated fifth floor, which is the top of the building, and increased modulations of the facades and roof line, as well as a balanced solid to void ratio along the facades, which helps reduce the perceived mass and scale. Here are two more images of the projects looking in the southeast direction, as well as a direct view of the new 5-story building in the bottom image. So staff recommends that the City Council find the project is categorically exempt from CEQA under Class 32, and find out that the project complies with the purposes of design review as well as the goals and policies of the East Pasadena specific plans and general land use element of the general plan, as well as the tree removal findings number 2 and 6, and that the record does not support that the concessions would not result in identifiable and actual cost reductions to provide affordable housing costs, would be contrary to state or federal law, or would have a specific adverse impact on the public health and safety or a listed state historical resource, and therefore deny the appeal and approve the application for consolidated design review subject to conditions in attachment B. And that concludes my presentations. I'm available to answer any questions from the council. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam City Attorney, before we proceed, I think I should disclose that I've had conversations outside of today's hearing with both supporters and people who oppose the project, but I'll make my decision based on the evidence that's presented here today.
Thank you, Mayor. And I probably should have mentioned that council members should disclose that if they have received evidence outside the hearing. I did want to make a brief and unrelated to this item. I wanted to make a brief announcement that for those who are here for items 14, 16, and 17, that's regarding SB 79 and related ordinances. Those items will be pulled tonight as there are some potential conflicts of interest that are being reviewed. And it is anticipated that that will return on June 8th for the city council meeting. So we just wanted to let people who were here for those items understand that it won't be discussed tonight. It will be discussed whenever the notice is scheduled for, which will likely be June 8th, and there will be renoticing. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that completes the presentation. Mr. Cole, you're in the queue. We do have 39 speaker cards submitted at this point. I'm sorry? We have the 2 presentations. Oh, yes, yes. Oh, so Mr. Cole, let's hold off until.
My question is for the staff.
Okay, thank you.
One of the factual matters that obviously bears upon the substance is the measurement to the major transit stops. And I gather that has 2 dimensions. One is, do both of these transit stops qualify? And second, how is the distance calculated, and did the city independently validate that measurement?
Yes, I can answer that. The city independently verified the dimensional standards for both major transit stops. For the 2 bus lines, the city utilized its GIS tools to map the distance. And for the major transit stop identified in the SCAG Regional Transportation Plan, staff used 2 tools. We used the SCAG's online mapping tool, where they identified the major transit stops for that area. And then staff co-verified that distance with our own GIS to confirm measurement compliance. And
is SCAG the recognized standard for certifying a major transit stop?
For the ones in the Regional Transportation Plan, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor, I had a similar question along those lines.
Mr. Hampton?
So I noticed in the presentation, I forget what slide that was. Maybe you could pull that back up. Thank you. There it was. Yes, that slide. The measurements for the transit lines are in straight lines. Is that the approved method of measuring, or do you measure from your walking radius?
For the purposes of measuring these major transit stops, is as the crows flies.
It's as the crows fly?
Yes, there are exceptions if there are mountains, rivers, I believe, non-passable freeways. which are not the conditions at this location.
Thank you. That was my only question.
Thank you.
So now it's the time for the applicant to make their presentation?
Will representatives for the applicant please step forward?
Is this your PowerPoint presentation?
Yes, just point, does the appellant go first?
No, the applicant goes first,
Okay.
then the appellant.
Sorry, good evening. Let me just make sure this.
If you'll identify yourself for the record.
Okay, great. For the record, my name is Dana Sales with 360 on behalf of Elysian Housing, the developer for the project.
And I'm going to start a timer for 10 minutes. I'll ring a bell when you have a minute 30 left, and then with
Great.
30 seconds left. Go ahead.
Great. So I'm here tonight respectfully to ask you to deny the appeal before you and sustain the decision of the Design Commission, as there's no substantial evidence to support the appeal. The project as well qualifies for a Class 32 infill exemption, and there's no evidence to overcome the city's SEPA findings. This project has been thoroughly vetted by staff and the city's environmental team for the past 7 months to ensure that the project before you supports the goals, policies, and standards of the general plan and is consistent with the objective design standards set forth by the city's design review process. The project before you today brings affordable housing to 133 new families with a diversity of rents for low-income families earning from 80% of the area median income down to our most vulnerable special needs populations at only 30% of the area median income. At these levels, the project can provide housing for teachers, first responders, healthcare workers, retail associates, students, maintenance staff, seniors, and other members of the community struggling to find attainable housing. The project is a combination of adaptive reuse of an existing vacant office building, which is our Building A on Rosemead Boulevard, which will provide critically needed housing for 51 studio and one-bedroom units designated for special needs families or individuals. Building B next door, which is the new construction, will provide housing for 82 families with a combination of 1, 2, and 3-bedroom units. And the 133-unit Rosemead Family Apartments has already received a tax credit allocation to aid for the development of the project with a specific population preference for victims of the Eaton fire. The site is optimal for multifamily housing because it is located on a major boulevard in walking distance to city services, parks, libraries. There's convenient shopping to the south of the project, including supermarkets, neighborhood serving retail, restaurants, coffee shops, medical clinics, and everything else that families could need within a short walk from their home. And of course, it's proximate to transit. The project is consistent with broad-based planning policy to encourage density on our commercial boulevards and transit villages in order to preserve the character of single-family, lower-density neighborhoods in the community. And as an existing office building, we are not displacing any housing to make use for this site. The applicant and the team worked iteratively with the Design Commission to refine and improve the design. The project's architecture for the new building has evolved to include modification of the massing, ultimately landing on a final design that respects and integrates the natural topography of the property, minimizes excavation and retaining walls, and maximizes protection of the protected trees where possible. Finally, the design provides building breaks, greater open space, and simplified materials and garage screening. For Building B particularly, we have created building breaks and recesses on the south, west, and northerly elevations. Fenestration has been added on the 5th floor, as well as a bridge element at the 3rd and 4th floors. Our new construction integrates brick materials, as indicated by staff around the building. And overall, the building architecture has been simplified for a very simple expression to complement the existing architecture. The appeal before you today is narrowly focused on whether there is merit to overturn the Design Commission's approval of our consolidated design review. The evidence before you shows that there's no legitimate grounds to overturn that. The applicant team, staff, and the Design Commission subcommittee engaged in a robust process as demonstrated by the Design Commission's ultimate approval of the project, showing it complies with all applicable objective standards. Additionally, while not applicable to this case, the project is also designed consistent with the spirit and intent of your new objective design standards. The result is a project that's contextual with the commercial fabric of Rosemead Boulevard and with the mid-century contemporary architecture of the existing office building. In order to support 133 families, the project also provides an extensive open space program. Building A will include on-site management, lobby, 2 community rooms, a fitness center, and a laundry room. And the new building will include lobby, leasing office, another 2 community and club rooms, fitness offices, another laundry room, a play area, and an open space courtyard for all of the residents and their guests to enjoy. The services provided by the project may also include health and wellness classes, professional leadership classes, after-school tutoring, concierge services for families. We will also have 2 on-site property managers and 1 full-time maintenance person with overnight and after-hours security. Our application, as indicated by staff, also includes a density bonus with 5 by right concessions from certain objective standards from the Pasadena Municipal Code and the East Pasadena Specific Plan, as permitted by state density bonus law and Pasadena's own density bonus ordinance. These concessions allow for the design and massing that is consistent with the existing building, necessary to create a cohesive residential community, and most importantly, that result in quantifiable cost reductions for the project to ultimately allow for the provision of 133 affordable housing units. The project site has significant topography, and the proposed incentives minimize grading and excavation to ensure that the project results in cost reductions necessary to provide for the affordable housing units. Conversion of the office building is a by right process in Pasadena through the adaptive reuse ordinance with no minimum and maximum density, and there's no discretionary actions required to convert that building into housing. Furthermore, the East Pasadena Specific Plan permits 48 dwelling units per acre at this location, resulting in a base density for this site of 103 units. As such, our request for 133 units is only a 27% increase in density, which is much lower than the unlimited density permitted for a 100% affordable housing project within a half mile of transit. In addition to staff's independent verification of the transit stops, we have also submitted irrefutable evidence by a licensed surveyor demonstrating that the project is within a half mile of both major transit stops. Furthermore, the methods of measurements are in accordance with state law as defined and published with guidance from the Department of Housing and Community Development. As such, there's nothing more to consider here, and we have a appeal rebuttal in your reports as well demonstrating this. Again, as indicated by staff, the project is permitted an additional 3 stories and 33 feet in height as a matter of right, for a maximum building height of 71 feet, for which we were below. The appellants claim that the height violates the zoning code height as an error, as state law is clear that a project is consistent with the applicable zoning with the use of density bonus incentives. Despite this, our architects did an extensive analysis of the existing topography and the relationship between our site and the neighbors to the east, shown on the screen here. Importantly, there's a variable 65 to 75 foot height grade change upward from Rosemead Boulevard towards the homes to the east. And this exhibit shows that due to the slope of that site and our building oriented towards Rosemead Boulevard, the building is no closer than 25 feet to the nearest property line and no closer than 110 feet away to the nearest home. And just as a point of information, Rosemead Boulevard is only 76 feet wide, so we are further than the other side of the street on Rosemead. Additionally, our roof is 5 foot lower than the nearest ground floor of any adjacent home at the closest condition, and the site's significant trees will add buffering and screening as well for those homes. And lastly, the site is entitled to provide no minimum parking per Assembly Bill 2097, and thus the 55 parking spaces that we have on site is appropriate to support the project. And in accordance with the Housing Accountability Act, the state density bonus law, and the city's own density bonus ordinance, the project is consistent with all objective rules of the general plan, zoning ordinance, and design standards, and therefore there are very limited grounds to reject this project. Specifically, the appeal can only be upheld if there's a preponderance of the evidence in the record demonstrating that a significant, quantifiable, and direct impact to health and safety based on an adopted written standard, and no such basis exists here. This is a good project that represents good planning practice, consistent with your general plan and adopted housing element, by concentrating higher density on urban corridors near transit. The project meets the identified RENA allocation that you have of 4,409 below market units, 777 of which are identified in the East Pasadena specific plan area. And to quote the introduction of your housing element, all Pasadena residents have an equal right to live in decent, safe, and affordable housing in a suitable and living environment for the long-term well-being and stability of themselves, their families, and their neighbors, and their community. The housing vision for Pasadena is to maintain a socially and economically diverse community of homeowners and renters who are afforded this right. Do the right thing tonight. Deny this baseless appeal and allow the development of new housing for 133 families who can enjoy this wonderful city that you all call home. Thank you, and then with that, we'll be available for questions.
Okay. Now we'll hear from
The appellants.
The appellants. Welcome, sir. If you'll identify yourself for the record.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. My name's Ronnie Poe. I'm with the Lower Hastings Ranch Association, with 2 members of the association. Mr. John Penido and Miss Diane Kirby.
Okay, you will have 10 minutes. I will ring a bell when you have a minute 30, and then when 30 seconds left, I'll ring a second bell.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay. So we bring the following concerns. There's a lack of transparency about the intended use of Building A, a flawed evaluation as a result of that lack of transparency, an incomplete application that was approved prematurely, and an oversized building with excess density. So what was the intended use of Building A? According to the developer's CTCAC application, there's a binding commitment to set aside 50 units exclusively for homeless and chronically homeless individuals through LA County's coordinated entry system. Therefore, the Design Commission must evaluate the physical design and operational suitability of this project for its intended use as supportive housing for the homeless. This intended use has direct implications for traffic and parking patterns, supporting services activity, supportive services activity, on-site staffing, unit configuration, et cetera. Factors central to the Design Commission's required findings on project compatibility. Staff reports and city documents make no mention of the homeless set-asides, and there's no indication that any discussions took place about the design and operational suitability of this project for this intended use. This omission from the city's materials creates an incomplete and possibly misleading record, depriving the commission and the public of an honest, open hearing and informed participation. California law demands a fair process. This evaluation should have been conducted at the public, during the public review process and not afterwards. Staff reports and city, okay, at the Design Commission public hearing, there was a noticeable frustration among the commissioners about the incomplete status of the application, about missing deliverables, and yet there was pressure to grant approval prematurely, which they did reluctantly. And I think it's instructive to see how this played out.
But to go forward, we do need a motion on this project. Does anyone want to make one? Commissioner Ferris, you're there. You're far away from us, so.
Perhaps I'll make the motion to approve this project to move forward, subject to the conditions of approval, along with having a subcommittee continue to perhaps monitor this project to make up a little bit for this lack of completion, I guess, up to the standard of a final design, of a final review.
Is there a second?
Reluctantly, yes.
Then we'll need a roll call vote.
Commissioner Tyler? Yes. Commissioner Over?
Yes.
Commissioner Feinblatt?
Commissioner DeCristofaro,
Another reluctant yes.
Vice Chair Ferris,
Another reluctant yes, even though I made the motion.
and Chair Delgado.
Yes.
That motion passes.
And remember that you can appeal this to the city council.
We recognize the need for more housing. We're asking for a balance that recognizes the needs of all who are affected. The neighbors want housing that will enhance and not diminish what they work so hard to attain and preserve. The consequences of an incompatible project and excessive density are severe and long-lasting for the neighborhood, for the tenants, and for the ongoing community services required to remedy the results. The bonus density law allows the developer to add 3 stories and unlimited density within 1/2 mile of a major transit stop. So what is a major transit stop? The staff report cites part of this definition, but not all of it. The last sentence of the definition states a project shall be considered to be within 1/2 mile of a major transit stop or high-quality transit corridor if all parcels within the project have no more than 25% of their area farther than 1/2 mile from the stop or corridor, and if not more than 10% of the residential units or 100 units, whichever is less, in the project are farther than 1/2 mile from the stop or corridor. This requirement ensures that almost all of the residents will be within 1/2 mile of the qualifying transit services. If not, then the stop does not meet the definition of a major transit stop for this project. The map shows the bus stop cited in the staff report and the straight line distance to the project. Less than 20% of the project area is within 1/2 mile of the bus stop. Based on the full text of the definition, the bus stop at Foothill and Rosemead is not a major transit stop for this project. The staff report also relies on a major transit stop that appears in the Skag Regional Transit Plan for year 2050. Skag staff told us that information about stops comes from the transit agencies. When we contacted planners at Metro and Foothill Transit, they said they are unaware of any plans for a stop at this location or intersection. It should be noted that the bus stop on the Skag map is only slightly closer to the project, and it too does not meet the full definition of a major transit stop in the Public Resources Code. The same definition also appears in the Skag Regional Transit Plan cited in the staff report. We asked city staff why they measure distance in a straight line instead of using the most likely path of a resident walking to the transit stop. Staff referred us to state guidance on AB 2097, a state law about minimum parking requirements. The same state guidance also says that other statutes may measure distance differently from transit, and the straight line method does not apply when statute mentions walking distance. The density bonus law includes 3 references to pedestrian access to transit. The first explains unobstructed access to the major transit stop without encountering natural or constructed impediments. It excludes only residential structures, shopping centers, parking lots, transit rails as impediments. No other obstacles are excluded. This definition plainly refers to pedestrians. The density bonus law also mentions unobstructed access to the major transit stop from the development, another clear reference to pedestrians. In a third place, the density bonus law uses the phrase walkability access to transit services. When a statute makes 3 separate references to pedestrian access to transit, it seems more appropriate to measure distance using the path of pedestrian instead of a straight line through obstacles. Though it does not qualify as a major transit stop, the most likely path of a resident from this project to Foothill and Rosemead exceeds 1/2 mile. The municipal code protects views, and the new building will restrict neighbors' existing views. This plan document does not accurately reflect the limited views that will result from the 68-foot building plus 12 feet of rooftop structures and equipment. This will limit our view to about the level of our patios. On the hillside that makes up half or more of our lots, we will see nothing but a solid building. No view, no privacy. The blue lines on this plan diagram show the narrow view lanes between the rooftop structures. Required fall protection is not shown here and may further limit our view. The noise and vibration report presented to the Design Commission did not assess the impact of 150 HVAC condensers on the building rooftops. The City Council has been provided with an additional document estimating a 5 dBA increase in the level of ambient noise should be expected. The estimate is the maximum increase allowed by the City Code, so testing should be conducted to ensure compliance before a certificate of occupancy is issued. Ambient noise monitoring for East Side homes was done only at location number 5, adjacent to HVAC equipment that will be replaced. No monitoring was done to establish the level of ambient noise for East Side neighbors whose property adjoins the much quieter parking structure. It is important to establish a valid ambient noise level for all neighbors before construction begins, so that compliance with the noise ordinance can be fairly evaluated before occupancy is permitted. The rooftop plan also shows 3 trash chute vents at rooftop level. Neighbors are concerned that frequent onshore winds will carry trash odors and noise to their properties. Excavation for the new building and removal of mature and protected trees may impact slope integrity. The replacement trees will be smaller, may not survive if not properly cared for, and will not help slope integrity for many years. The most serious risk to adjoining homes and the entire neighborhood is the risk of a vegetation fire on the hillside caused by a careless or accidental ignition source. The danger is increased by risky behavior and non-compliance with rules. It is essential that fire-resistant and drought-tolerant vegetation be required. A security barrier that prevents access to the hillside should also be required. The density bonus law allows the city council to lower the density bonus if the project does not meet the requirements of the law. We've shown that the bus stops used to qualify this project for the 3-story density bonus do not meet the definition of a major transit stop. The city council should lower the density bonus accordingly. This would be a meaningful measure to improve compatibility and minimize the adverse impacts of excessive density. We support affordable housing, and we're hopeful you'll modify this project so it works for all those affected.
You have about a minute left.
A minute left?
Yes.
Gosh, I should get a handicap. Okay, I'm not going to say nice things that I was going to say about you. I'm just going to start. First, I want to make clear that our diverse neighborhood does not live with its head in the sand. It is not opposed to affordable housing project. It is opposed to a project that does not fit the site or affords occupants with a sense of dignity and belonging. You have the authority to lower the density bonus. We have been here before. Another Los Angeles developer couldn't make a 3-story project work at 500 North Rosemead. Today we have compatible, successful 3-story condominium housing that fits into the topography. If design changes are not mandated tonight, a 68-foot structure will be leaning down on the residents of 500 North Rosemead. There will be cars. If parking wasn't going to be a problem, why did the developer's consultant pressure the transportation department for overnight permits? This project was brought to the city 5 months before we stumbled onto it, and it appears we stumbled onto a project that did not make full disclosure. The failure to disclose supportive
Diane.
homeless housing is a material misrepresentation. The physical design
If you can
of the
just wrap
entire
up in the next
project
30 seconds, that'd be great.
is needed to evaluate safety, management, and a capability with Building B, a family occupancy, and the surrounding neighborhood. Don't be rushed by the developer. Tougher applications can be modified. This project needs to be fully evaluated for design use and CEQA exemptions. East Pasadena supports a high tax base.
Diane, your time has expired. Thanks.
Thank you.
Do you want to do council questions for the applicant and appellant, or do you?
Sure. Why don't we start with council member questions for the applicants? Let's start with the applicant first, and then we go to appellant.
I have a very quick question that I meant to ask of staff, if I could.
Sure.
And is this the first project brought under our new adaptive reuse ordinance?
Yes, I'm looking at Lewis. Yes.
That's very exciting. Thank you. That was it.
Thank you. Mr. Masuda?
Thank you, Mayor. I have a question about the incomplete application. Jennifer, can you explain more about that, or have staff explain what made the application complete?
Sure. We have a checklist of materials that an applicant's required to submit. We have 30 days to review the application and determine if they have all those materials, which we did. So they gave us everything that we needed to make our determination that the use was allowed, zoning checks for the use. The concessions or waivers that somebody might be asking for is all part of the completeness review, so we determined it was complete. And in terms of the issue with the conditions of approval, it's very common that we'll have conditions of approval on an entitlement. So the fact that they need needed to do additional work through the conditions of approval is not unusual. The other thing to point out here is this is a process that offers consolidated design review. So when we have projects that are 50% or more affordable, one of the code amendments that we made recently as implementation of the housing element is that we offer a consolidated process so that your concept and your final are combined into one. So you will have traditionally some more conditions because you're combining two processes into one. So that's not unusual for a consolidated design review.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Hampton.
Thank you. And I guess the appellant brought up a point. Are there other ways to measure?
The half-mile distance?
Yeah, as I mentioned.
We use the methodology that we use to measure. Staff can go into more detail on that, but there's actually an HCD technical advisory memo that talks about what you should be including in the measurement, which we're following. The applicant also has a measurement that was done by a licensed land surveyor to confirm the measurements. And they don't have to qualify for both of those. It's only one. So they happen to qualify for two, but they don't need both of those to qualify. It's either or. So they could qualify under either one of those measurements.
So maybe you could qualify under multiple different measurements.
There's two instances that they're qualifying, the .49 and the .46 distance.
Oh, those are two different bus stops.
Two different
transit
yes,
stations.
and they qualify under either or. They don't need both of those to qualify.
Okay,
just
so
one.
let's go off the one that is actually there.
So staff can maybe walk through the measurement for each one if you'd like.
Okay, I just want to know, they bring up valid points. Throughout it talks about walkability, and then you said the way we measure is by the way the crow flies. But we don't walk the way the crow flies.
Yes, that is correct, Councilmember Hampton. And HCD further goes on to say that commercial shopping centers, parking lots, or residential housing shouldn't be considered impediments into doing your measurement requirements. So yes, while I acknowledge that as the crows flies, you'll probably run into some obstacles, but per state law, those obstacles that we're encountering in this site are not impediments for the measurement that was done.
And actually, to add on to that too, the state has passed other bills for other housing bills that actually do talk about specifically about walking distance. So the state has for other bills specified walking distance, but for this bill, it didn't. It specified as the crow flies for this.
So it specifies as the crow flies.
Well, not that exact wording, but it specifies, as Louis said, when it has the language that it doesn't include shopping centers and so forth, and it's at a straight line in
And
distance.
so HCD's recommendation is by the crow flies. And actually, do we have that documentation? So
I think there's a slide that has that language.
Well, is it a recommendation or a mandate?
yeah, that's what so do we have, that's a great question. Thank you, Mayor. Is it mandated that we do it by the crow flies?
I will
or
look to our city attorney's office. That's the recommendation that, on a technical clarification based on this question has come up before under other jurisdictions. So they issued the technical advisory memo, and we've been advised to follow that advice. So I'll let the attorney expand on that.
Yes, HCD guidance is not law, it's guidance. However, it is accorded weight by the courts.
So in other words, the guidance is,
Guidance.
but law in the courts? Or used
Not
in the courts?
necessarily, but it's a point of authority. They are a enforcement agency, so they interpret some of these statutes and their enforcement duties. So their interpretation is given weight, but it's not necessarily the law itself.
Do
It's
other
persuasive.
municipal?
Sorry.
No, thank you for that. Do other municipalities measure the same exact way, or does anyone else measure the actual way people walk?
The cities that I'm familiar with measure it the same way we do, as well as the cities, the cities in like the council of governments measure it the way we do. Also because the state does have other bills that specify walking distance. So for those bills, we measure by walking distance. And then when it doesn't specify that, then we measure this way. In a
But for
straight
this
line.
bill, HCD is interpreting as the way the crow flies, or?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. City attorney. And then my question to, go ahead, sorry.
Thank you, Councilmember. My name is Elisa Pastor. I'm Managing Partner of Rand Pastor Nelson. I am Land Use Counsel for the project. I agree with the information that staff has given you and the city attorney's sage advice. And I want to just point you to actually 2 sections of the statute that make this even clearer. So the density bonus law, which is 65915, states that located within a half a mile of transit means that any point on the proposed development is within a half a mile. And then there's a further definition, which appellants referred to but gave incomplete information, that says for purposes of the density bonus law, unobstructed access means that a resident is able to access the stop without encountering these impediments, right? And it says that this includes, but is not limited to. So it includes, but not limited to, freeways, rivers, mountains, bodies of water, this type of thing, shopping centers, parking lots. So it is all of sort of the urban form of the urban built up environment. And then HCD looked at these statutory provisions as well as the other provisions in AB 2097 and said, this is how we interpret this. And part of that is because the density bonus law and what's called the Housing Accountability Act say that we should be interpreting these statutes to encourage as much housing as possible. So by measuring from as the crow flies, right, that gives you just a tiny bit more, perhaps, area that's within a half a mile of a major transit stop. And as staff noted, there are other statutes that are very specific about walking distance, and that is not the case here.
Well, that's, I mean, one, I think you mischaracterized what was said by the appellants. They didn't say, there is no point where it's a 1.5 or half a mile, I should say. What they said was that a percentage of the units were not within that distance. And it's not a question. You know, one of the problems that we have, and I'll ask about this, is that, you know, it's not just ambiguous, but I think runs counter to the intent, the way you phrase it, of walkability. You know, it wasn't just 1 point or 0.5 miles. The distance requirement was not just pulled out of thin air. It was actually intended to be walkable, not, you know, as Mr. Hampton points out, a distance requirement that is plotted on a map. And that's what we're struggling with here. That's what I hear Mr. Hampton probing for. And I certainly share that same concern.
Just trying to,
yeah.
I'm trying to understand that. I
Yeah.
appreciate. The other question is about your parking. So I know that the state has relaxed a lot on the parking requirements. Your proposal is for 136, correct?
33.
33, sorry. 133. And you have proposed 55 parking spaces? So is there just an assumption that everybody's going to walk that 1.5 mile, I mean, that 0.5 miles to a bus stop? Or what's the assumption of where people will park their cars?
So,
We live in California, by the way.
Sure.
I'm not looking for applause. I appreciate everybody, but I just want to understand where the parking goes.
Understand. And we have this conversation in a lot of jurisdictions because the concepts of reduced parking, particularly in affordable housing projects, are difficult, right, when you're the first one in. So there's a couple of things here. As we indicated, one, there's no minimum parking required for this project. Contrary to, we have plenty of evidence in the record. We've had plenty of conversations with staff. It is in our application. There was always an intention for building A, which is what the appellants indicate we've never disclosed, which we have in all public materials, right, to be designated for special needs populations and people who are at risk of falling into homelessness and or coming out of. No surprise there. Most of those people can't afford cars, can't afford places to live, and so immediately you've got 51 units of housing, of which the likelihood is people probably won't and cannot own cars because they can barely afford places to live, which then really leaves our 81 family units. And it is very common, and frankly, much of the statutes encourage even a half space per unit for affordable housing units, especially then when you're within transit. The project has committed, we've been talking with staff, if there's an opportunity through our plan check process to see if there are ways of adding a few more parking spaces or doing managed parking, they will do everything that they can in order to do that. But Elysian also has many other buildings, some under construction and some operational. And because they are an operator of affordable housing, they know that this amount of parking is sufficient for what they see in other communities, some of which are not near transit as well. So we understand that there is concern. The intent of the project is not to exacerbate problems in the local community, not to spill into the neighborhood. We want to make sure that though the project is not overburdened with the cost of parking necessary that would require us to dig into the hill further and put up significantly higher retaining walls in order to accommodate more parking, or go subterranean, which in today's market is about $60,000 a parking space and cost prohibitive for an affordable housing project that is seeking public funds in order to develop the project.
So when people are applying for, and knowing this, that there's only 55 spaces for pretty much 81 units, when people are applying for your housing, is there a preference for folks that don't have cars?
So state law actually today says all parking has to be unbundled from the units. You can't actually give parking with the units. The cost of the parking needs to be separate. And so it'll be managed by the building and people who, at really first come, first serve basis for people that want or need parking.
So you don't even ask people if they have a car or not? That's what, my question is, are you giving
Yes.
a preference to someone who doesn't have a car? Because
No. I don't, I mean, I think that some people may choose to sort of right, they will decide whether or not that's an appropriate place, whether or not they have a car, but that's not something that we would ask as a normal part of an application process.
just based on the amount of parking spaces that you have, I don't know how legal it is, but it seems like a question that should be asked if you want to make sure that people have adequate parking, or otherwise they're going to orbit the block. I mean, there's a lot of parking in the area, so I don't know, maybe talking to some of the other businesses that are there, right across the street where the Trader Joe's is, and also the shopping center where the gym is, maybe. But if there's not that agreement, I mean, the expectation that people are going to live here without a car in California is, I understand why residents have concerns about parking in their
Mr. Hampton,
neighborhoods.
why don't we keep it to questions?
No,
at
sorry,
this
those are
point?
my question was actually a preference. So we'll get back to that though. So thank you. Those are my questions.
I'm getting. Okay. Thank you. Next, Mr. Lyon, questions?
Thank you, Mayor. A couple quick questions for staff. I don't know that there is, I didn't see anything actually in the record that all or part of this property is going to be permanent supportive housing for the formerly unhoused. But assuming that's true, does that change any of the findings that we make here today?
It does not. So supportive housing and transitional housing are treated as multifamily housing under state law and in the zoning code, so there's no distinction. It's all considered multifamily housing. And again, it's not under the purview of the Design Commission. It's actually part of the zoning review that's done before we determine the application complete on if the use is compliant.
Got it. Thank you. Little further insight into what did the Design Commission feel was missing from the package? The materials, or?
I'll let staff opine since I was not there.
Yeah, thank you. Kevin Johnson, Principal Planner. So they had some concern about some missing information about lighting on the building itself. They provided a lighting plan, which is required in the submittal checklist. So they provided all of the information, but there were some details within those plans that they felt were missing. So they added conditions of approval to provide that and review with staff in a subcommittee during plan check those few items. But lighting was one particular item they specified.
Got it. Thank you. The appellants mentioned obstruction of their view. Is that a part of any of the findings we're making?
It is not.
The appellants also mentioned that the noise study that we're seeing, or some of the findings in the noise study, weren't before the design commission. This might be a question for the city attorney, actually. So is that relevant, or is our review de novo here, or are we looking at what they did?
It is de novo review.
Okay, so we're starting over, and
Yes.
what's in front of us is what's in front of
Yes.
us, whether it was in front of them. Okay. Is there anything in the record about the appellants also mentioned the risk of fire hazard from the removal of the trees? Have we looked at that? Is that an issue? Or is it not covered in the record either way?
I don't think that was brought up prior to tonight.
That is I don't recall that being brought up in the past.
Yeah,
But
I didn't see it.
They have,
Yeah.
they have a landscape plan, and they have to plant additional trees, so there actually be more trees in the trees that are being removed as a result of the compliance with the landscape.
there would be two things that would be looked at with the landscape plan. One would be the type of trees that are planted to make sure they're appropriate for this climate and are not prone to fire risk. And the other is so it doesn't create a situation, where it becomes too dense, that becomes, becomes brush and so forth, that would become a fire risk as well. So those are two things that would be reviewed in the landscape review plan, as well as just ongoing property maintenance.
Okay.
Mr. Lyon, may I interject some? Because I understood the concern about fire hazard to be one of access and having some sort of barrier so there isn't access to the hillside.
I probably will have questions for the
Okay.
appellant too, so I can
Okay.
follow up on that. And then the last thing is, I think I know the answer to this, but under state law, this is a 100% affordable project, right?
Yes.
Under state law, how many parking spaces can we require them to have?
There's no parking minimums, so you can't require
So
any parking.
zero is how many we can, okay. Okay, that's all my questions for this minute. Thank you.
Ms. Rivas?
One more quick question. We heard from the appellant about the distance measurement, and they were citing a public resources code, something about 25% of all the parcels have to be within half a mile. But the staff report and the presentation, and also the applicant, were very clear. If you look at the government code section, state density bonus law, it's if any point within. So if you could just clarify those two different code sections and why the state density bonus law governs here.
Sure. Again, Jason McCallion, Acting Director of Community and Planning Department. There's three government code sections that apply to this project. One is Government Code Section 21064, which defines the major transit stop, which is the 20-minute headways and so forth. The other is the density bonus chapter, which is the main one that we're looking at.
Yeah,
And
65915.
the other is Public Resource Code 21155, which that one is actually for transit priority projects. So when you look at the density bonus chapter, it actually refers you to Public Resources Code 21155. And in 21155, it does have the language that the appellants had in their slide that talked about the 25% and the 10% and so forth. However, in the density bonus chapter, there's additional, more specific language that talks about at any point on the site. So because this is a density bonus project, that specific language in the density bonus chapter would then override what's in the other section, because this is a density bonus project and it's not a transit priority project.
Got it. Thanks for clarifying
Sure.
that. Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions for the appellant?
I do have questions for the appellant.
I'm
not
sorry,
the
for the applicant.
None for
Sorry.
the applicant.
Well, I just have a couple of questions. Some of the requests made by the appellants, such as a barrier to protect access up the hill, are you willing to consider those?
Hi, Dana Sales for the record again. If you have a copy of our presentation that was provided. It's also in our materials that was in the design commissions and the height exhibit that we have. The homes on the hill are 75 feet above the building, so
No,
there's no way for somebody to actually get up that hill. And the way our building is built, we actually are sort of settled into the hillside. There is a retaining wall in the back. We've got a tot lot and everything that's there. So somebody would have to scale. I don't know how tall the retaining wall is, Bar. Huh? How much is the wall? How tall is the wall?
How much,
8.
So the wall is 10 and then there's a fence on top?
Right, so we have a 10-foot wall, then a fence. So it's
already there.
It's already relative. There's no real way we could remotely get up, and there's no vehicular access or anything. And there's also significant foliage and trees on that hillside as well, part of which are on our property, part of which are on some of the neighbors' property on the downslope. So I think that the perception of intrusion is much greater than the actual reality of any intrusion.
and so is that a yes or a?
Well, I think the point is that it's already there. So there's already a retaining wall, and then there's a fence on top of the retaining wall.
And is the fence scalable? What sort of?
Maybe I'll call up the we call up the architect to get the materials.
Is it?
So it's like it's going to be like a
posts or-
CMU wall for the retaining wall. So it'll
Right.
be like a smooth, flat.
Okay.
Wrought iron? What's our?
Yeah, it's a concrete retaining wall, and on top of that, there's another additional.
The record's not going to capture your
Yeah, so
words
it's-
unless you come to the microphone and speak.
And just introduce
Hi,
yourself for the record.
I'm VAR with FSY Architects. As mentioned, there's a retaining wall behind the entire new development, Building B. In addition to that, we're providing fence across both properties, behind Building A, the entirety, 8-foot fence, and then that fence continues beyond Building.
No, yeah, what sort of fencing is it? I mean, is it-
It's like a,
Can someone climb it?
you could climb it, but it's 8 feet. So we're open to looking at that material if that's the question.
Yeah, that's the question, is ensuring that someone can't, it's not chain link or something that someone could.
No, it's not chain link.
I'm using that as an example.
Sure.
Yeah, but
So the
something-
reason we went with the open material was to allow plants to grow on it. So it's intended to be more of a screen as well. So it's not just an open fence that's chain link, but if that's something you want us to look at, we can look at a different material.
Sure, thank you. And in terms of the ambient noise, there's a concern, that's a lot of AC systems on the roof, 150. And it is proximity, and noise goes out from to the surrounding neighborhoods. Are you willing to do testing post-construction to ensure that the ambient levels are as anticipated? Which is something that they may have to do because it's a condition of approval.
If we were to get a complaint, we would do noise measurements through code enforcement.
Well, can we make it a condition of approval that we do it now in advance and not wait for
I mean,
neighbors to have to enforce it themselves?
We will certainly be complying with the noise ordinance. This issue only came up on appeal, which is why the city did the initial analysis and they did do ambient testing. I think let us sort of talk a little bit about how that would work, but we certainly have every intention of complying with the noise ordinance. The expert analysis done by Impact Sciences shows that there will not be a 5 dBA increase, and it was a very conservative analysis because it took all of them operating at the same time in the same place with the closest adjacent property.
Sure.
With no screens.
But now we're adding construction, and so I think rather than wait for, in the normal course of business, residents would have to file complaints, and then it goes through the administrative process. What I'm asking for is a condition in advance that you would agree to that says we'll do the testing immediately following completion of construction.
I think we can look at an operational for operations. I think we'd be willing to look at that.
Okay.
I have to confirm that with my client.
Sure,
but I
thank
think we
you.
can look at that.
And in terms of the trees, in the removal of trees. How many trees are you removing?
6?
No, there's a few more. I need.
Well, so as you do that, the concern is erosion, and hillside erosion, and maybe the staff is better, maybe this question is better put to staff. Tell me about the soil testing post removal of trees, ground coverage removal, and any concerns for erosion.
Staff may have more to add, but they have to do a complete landscape design plan. So that's part of prepared by licensed architects. And so we're going to be checking all of that. They look for soil erosion. They look for plantings to make sure that the trees are planted properly. That's all part of our conditions of approval. So that's something that's done. There's also MWELO, which is the model water efficiency standards that they're subject to. So they have to provide appropriate planting materials, drought tolerant. There's a whole standard for MWELO that they're subject to that we verify as well.
Thank you. And so that will come after, assuming if the project goes forward, assuming the conditions are adhered to, then.
Yes, it's part of the final inspections that we do on the project. We check all of that.
Not suggesting that they wouldn't be adhered to.
And just one point of information, sorry, we had to get all this. Most of the trees we're removing are actually in the front on Rosemead Boulevard because they need to be removed for the construction. We're not actually doing much removal on the hillside in the back because it's so steep, and the building and everything really front Rosemead. One of our density bonus concessions is to make sure that the building and all the parking are we're not allowed generally within the front 40% of the lot, but that would require that we actually removed a significant portion of the hill and the trees. So most of our removals, again, are on Rosemead, so it should not impact the slope. Soils reports and all of that will be thoroughly reviewed by the city's geologists during plan check, and everything in accordance with city's procedures.
How many trees are on the hillside that you're removing?
On the hillside?
On the hillside?
Yeah, that are actually behind on the,
I think maybe one.
and behind which building?
B. There's nothing being done on building A. We don't have any exterior.
B's the new building?
Yeah, there's no
Where there's also the
exterior,
retaining wall you're putting in?
construction on the.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yes.
Thank you.
And so in terms of management and operations, I mean, we've supported permanent supportive housing throughout the city and have discovered that on-site management is key to its success. And so how are we planning to manage? You'll have two on-site managers, as I understand it, and what will their role be? Just leasing? Tell me about their role.
Greg Cominar, the applicant, and talk about operations.
Sure. Mayor, City Council, my name is Greg Cominar with the Legion Housing. This project will be supported by the people concerned, both as the property manager and as the supportive services provider. We'll have 3 full-time case managers that operate out of Building A, alongside with 24-hour security and off-hours staff as well. So we'll have 24-hour staff. We have a manager's unit in Building A. We have a manager's unit in Building B. And we have, I know that the report said 1, we'll have 2 full-time maintenance staff as well. So we have a large staff. We're working with the program with the county to ensure very significant funding on the services side that's allocated to the project. And we're proud to be partnering with the people concerned who do this work for tens of thousands of units within Los Angeles County.
May I jump in for 1 second?
Sure.
Those 3 caseworkers are serving how many residents?
They have a between a 15-to-1 case ratio and a 20-to-1 case ratio.
And since you brought it up, and I intended to ask, give me an example of another project that you have close to the city or within the city.
Sure. We have 49 units, actually with the people concerned in North Hollywood. We have 40 units with the Downtown Women's Center in North Hollywood. We're under construction on Skid Row with the Downtown Women's Center. We're finishing 100 units of workforce housing in Woodland Hills. We specifically targeted this development after the Eaton fire to serve along the income spectrum from 30% to 80% AMI. The vast majority of this building serves working families with an income target, with a specific target for income qualifying fire victims. So in Building B essentially is that working families target.
Do you have an example of a project that's this, you mentioned 40 units, this is a much
Yeah,
larger?
we're leasing up 100 units in Woodland Hills right now.
But no, that you operate,
Yeah, we operate 98 units in Lincoln Heights right now.
so nothing over 100, it sounds like, 100, nothing in the 150.
We're under construction on 100 units. We're under construction on 316 units. We have a large portfolio.
Okay. And what would be the closest one if I wanted to visit one to Pasadena? On the
Sure.
scale of 100 or more?
Sure. The closest project we operate is are two in North Hollywood. But the largest project, actually with the same architecture firm, FSY Architects, is in Woodland Hills.
Thank you. And again, I'm not familiar with your company, that's why I'm asking these questions, but to the staff, so we've had some experiences, and this is not in any way intended to suggest that this operator would behave this way, but we've had projects that we supported, and the operators, I would say, performed less than stellar, causing problems in the surrounding neighborhoods. Did we do any sort of due diligence on this particular proposed operator?
No, because it's not under the purview of this application. So, and typically that's done by the housing department. They're getting funds from the housing department. So they have to do an inclusionary housing plan as part of this, and the housing department will be following up on, on how that's enforced. And if there's funding, if there were funding from the city, they would be involved in that way. And it's done through the housing department, not through planning, so.
So that, again, that comes post approval?
Yes.
But there would be some discretion, or at least an opportunity to do some due diligence, and then what sort of, well, is there an opportunity to exercise discretion once we do our due diligence?
Yeah, I think through the work that the housing department does on the inclusionary plan, and, you know, we have to verify that they have their proper income levels to qualify for their density bonus. All that work is done as part of their housing plan, so that's something that could be done with the housing department.
Okay. And, okay, thank you.
Do you have questions for the appellant?
Yes.
So we'll have the 39 public comment.
The appellant?
If I could also add, because there were some comments or questions by the council earlier regarding pedestrian access versus, as the crow flies. So just to provide a little bit more context to that, because some of that information is actually in the government code and some of it is from an HCD technical advisory report. So the government code specifically states that it should be unobstructed access. And then the government code defines unobstructed access, and the planning manager had defined that by saying unobstructed access includes things such as freeways, rivers, mountains, bodies of water, but it does not include things like residential structures, shopping centers, parking lots, or rails used for transit. So what HCD advised on was that language. Does that mean pedestrian flow, or does that mean as the crow flies? So their determination was that means as the crow flies. And I think what their interpretation was, because it's talking about things like a residential, going through a residential structure, going through a parking lot, going through a shopping center is not obstructive access. So, and normally we think of if it has to be pedestrian, walkable, then it's on a sidewalk. So that's how they came to that conclusion.
It doesn't make sense to me that a building wouldn't serve as an obstruction. It's an obstruction, and if it's a public building, then I still wouldn't agree with it, but there's an argument that it's a public building, you can walk through it, but these are likely to be private buildings where access will be limited, and people aren't going to allow their private property to be used.
But just to clarify what's in the actual government code versus, and then what they actually interpreted.
So what is did we review the legislative intent? Because it sounds to me like there's some, it's not congruent to say, building is not an obstruction, consistent with what the legislation called for. So did we review the legislative intent of the language?
I'm looking to Caroline for further, but we are following the practice that is the common practice to be followed. So we're not doing anything unusual. I will let her,
Well, the legislative history is what I'm wondering
yeah,
about.
in terms of our practical application, and then she can add on to the legislative history.
Yes, so we didn't consult the legislative history on state density bonus law, but we can point you to the citation that we did review, which is 65915 P2B, where the legislation goes into what is considered natural and constructed impediments. And so that's the portion that's been cited a couple of times now this evening. It's not conclusive of everything that may be considered natural or constructed impediments, but it gives a few illuminating examples. And for example, we had residential structures, shopping centers, parking lots, and rails used for transit as things that are not considered impediments.
Yeah, sorry, Mayor, if I could jump in, I think there's a logic to it. I mean, a shopping center, there's two markets there, so people obviously can't walk through the market, but they can go there. And so I think that's the logic behind the statute.
Well, but there are other buildings there as well. And
Sure.
that's
And
my
other
concern.
services.
Yeah.
There's medical buildings, there's other shops that people can visit, there's a whole host of types of buildings that people can visit. And I think that's the intent behind the statute if we were to do the research.
But most of those lots are closed, with the exception, I would agree with you, of the shopping center. But the remainder of the lots are shut off to the public.
But we have the plain language and the practice.
No, I understand. I'm just asking.
Right, the plain language, the practical effect, and I'm sure the legislative intent and history would all support the same thing.
Mr. Lyon.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a handful of questions for you, and I want to preface them a little bit by kind of explaining what we're doing here. So we're asking questions of everyone, trying to understand what's in the record. It's a very voluminous record. We've read it. But ultimately, the burden is on you to prove up your case. I'm sure you understand that. And the findings we have to find them based on substantial evidence in the record. That's the legal standard, the city attorney is correct. So that means there has to be some pretty weighty evidence in the record to support the finding that we make. So it's not enough to shoot holes in the other side's argument. We have to have new evidence before us that we can point at and we say, this is more credible than this. So, for example, right now on this debate, whether it's as the crow flies or walking, the evidence we have in the record now is our staff's testimony, the testimony of our city attorney, and the staff. We don't have evidentiary standards here quite like the courts, so this would be hearsay in a court, but the staff representing that HCD's expert guidance is that it's as the crow flies. So my question for you is, have you presented us anything in the record that is an alternative legal opinion from an expert that the measurement should happen in a different way?
The only thing we have is the plain reading of the density bonus law. And we, as part of our presentation, we pointed to the three places where the density bonus law talks about walkability. When we asked staff, they pointed to the HCD guidance and shared with us the technical bulletin. And this technical bulletin was specifically written about AB 2097. And there's some frequently asked questions in it. And one of the ones they pointed us to, interestingly enough, said, note, not all statutes, some other statutes may measure distance differently, and I'm trying to remember this, may measure distance differently. And
where walking distance is particularly cited. So I didn't mean to interrupt you, but I understand your argument. The acting director of planning and community development noted that there are government statutes where walking distance is in the rubric of the housing bills, where walking distance is particularly referenced as walking distance, and we don't have that here, or do we?
Well, our interpretation of what we read when the density bonus law includes three references to walking, not having impediments, and notably, the impediments, they list 4 impediments, but they say that it's not limited to those 4. So in other words, a commercial structure can be an impediment. A residential structure can't. It's specifically excluded, but a commercial structure is not. Nothing else is excluded except the things that they mentioned, which was parking lots, shopping centers, residential structures, and there's a fourth one that was excluded. But nothing else is excluded. So when you think about it, and we thought about it a lot, it appeared to us that, number one, it was reasonable that we're talking about a pedestrian because we're talking about people who are going to be accessing transit, and you don't go there with your car. And you don't fly there, as somebody pointed out. You are going to walk to that transit. And in this case, we thought we saw enough references here that we ought to do it by distance. But that's not the key to our argument. Our argument is that the major transit stop that is being used doesn't qualify as a major transit stop because of Public Resource Code 21155B, the last sentence, which says to be within a half mile, no more than 25% of the parcel and no more than 10% of the units, the residential units, or 100, whichever is less, can be beyond a half a mile. And by staff's own report, only the southern portion of the parcel is within a half mile.
And the acting director, I think you probably heard him rebut that by saying that that's not the governing statute. So what would you say to that?
Well,
That in this case, the state density law takes precedence over that.
The state density bonus law is where this definition is found. In 65.915.05, the one that they cite, which is nearest point to nearest point, is 03. I'm talking about 05, two definitions lower. It says to get the meaning of a major transit stop, see Public Resources Code 21155B. When you go to that, so it doesn't even define it there. It says go to this. When you go to 21155B, you have to read the whole thing because the last sentence is what says we want the resident to only walk a half a mile. So we want 75%, well, not more than 25% to be beyond a half, not more than 10% of the units to be beyond a half. That tells us we're talking about somebody only walking a half a mile. And these transit stops don't reach that level. In other words, they are not major transit stops for this project. That's our point.
Got it. Okay, got it. On the noise report, again, we now have in front of us an expert report that says that it will be within the noise limits. So have you presented us with any alternative noise report from an expert to look at?
No, what the report says, it doesn't say it won't reach 5 dBA. It says you can expect an increase of 5 dBA, but that is not above the city code maximum. Our problem is only one location was tested for the ambient level.
Right, but this goes to my point of saying it's not enough to shoot holes in the other side. You got to go, because in the end, they concluded that it was conservative and it wasn't going to exceed our noise limits.
Well, but this is based on the ambient noise level. The increase can't be beyond 5 above the ambient noise level. They only tested the ambient noise level behind Building A. They didn't do anything behind where Building B is going to go. So the homes on that side, on that end, where it's very quiet because it's only a parking lot, and of course there's no activity in a parking lot at night, there's no measurement of what the ambient noise level is there. None. All they did was say we put a noise monitoring device near the HVAC equipment on Building A, and that equipment, of course, is going away. So I don't know how valid that measurement is, but there's nothing for Building B. So we don't have any way of establishing whether or not they exceeded 5 dBA above the ambient noise level.
Building B doesn't exist yet, right?
It doesn't, but you can monitor the site to see what the ambient noise level is now before construction begins, so that we know if at the time that they apply for a certificate of occupancy, to know whether the noise is above 5 dBA increase.
Okay. Make a note for another question for staff. Okay, last thing is you said that this was the most intriguing thing of everything, that we are not required to comply with the state density bonus law. Tell me more about that.
So what we were saying is, we think you should lower the density bonus, because they do not meet the definition of within a half a mile. We're talking about the 33.
Yes, okay, but separate from that, assuming we don't agree with you on that finding, and that, we haven't made that finding yet, but assuming we don't agree with you on that finding, do you agree that they're entitled to the concessions?
We do not have any objection to their entitlement to things other than the additional 3 stories.
Well, right, but the additional 3 stories are the concessions they're asking for. So if we disagree with you.
It's one of them.
Yeah, there are a bunch, 5, I think. But, so if we disagree with you on how to measure the half mile, are you arguing that they're, in that situation, they're not entitled to the concessions?
You mean if you remove the objection?
Let's say we make the finding that it's as the crow flies. Okay, so now we're within the half mile of and we make the other finding that it's enough of the property is covered. Okay, we make those findings. Are they entitled to the concessions?
I don't believe that we have another point of disqualification for the density bonuses. There are many points to density bonus.
That's, yeah. Okay, I think that was everything for me and longer than I meant to go, but thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, thank you. Now we'll turn to public comment. The clerk will call out 5 names at a time. If you hear your name, please form a line, or 7 names at a time. Please form a line in the center aisle so we can try and get through public comment as expeditiously as possible.
Mr. Mayor, I know that this may be quixotic, but I hope that folks will focus their comments, and it's simply a hope, to the jurisdiction that we have tonight, right? There are people who love this project, people who hate this project, people who agree with this project, people who disagree with this project, but that's not our role tonight. Our role is to decide whether this project meets the state and local laws that are applicable under design review. And so to the extent that this is valuable, that's what we need to hear about, not whether you like the project or don't like the project, but as my colleague has said, and as others have focused their questions around the actual evidence that we're hearing tonight to decide on the appeal of a design review commission approval. Thank you.
We have 39 speaker cards, and we want to get to a point where we make a decision. So we're gonna give each speaker a minute and a half. You don't have to use if you just want to say you are agree or disagree with the findings and which ones, that would be fine as well.
Okay. I'm going to start calling names as the mayor asked. Please queue into the middle. Anthony Munoz, Victoria Gomez, Dr. Lena Al-Saraf, Alexander Jimenez, Mariana S., Maggie Chen, Jill Shook, Ariella Bessler. I'll ring a bell when you have 30 seconds left. 1 second.
Okay, Mayor, City Council members.
1 second, hold on.
Can you all, yeah.
Go ahead, Anthony.
So I enthusiastically support this 100% affordable housing development, which I'm sure will come as no surprise to any of you. It addresses an urgent need, and it covers all the objective standards, as we've heard. But I just want to say something about the neighborhood opposition. I know that this is difficult for many neighbors. I live in Northwest Pasadena, where there's an abundance of affordable housing. These developments have not faced significant neighborhood opposition because we view affordable housing as a benefit, not as a burden to our community. I believe East Pasadena residents will come to feel the same way once this project is completed. I was encouraged to see that St. Gregory's Church which initially opposed a nearby 6-story, 215-unit affordable housing development, now fully supports it. And I wanted to add one more thing. We got time? Or is that
You
it?
have 30 seconds.
All right, this is going to benefit PUSD. Those families that live there were likely to send their kids to public schools. And I've calculated that that could mean up to $1 million a year for our public school system from 100 students who are potential students of PUSD. That's a very strong argument for supporting this project.
Thank you. Victoria Gomez, followed by Dr. Lina Al-Sarraf, Alexander Jimenez after. Go ahead.
Welcome.
Hi, everybody. My name is Victoria Gomez. I use she, they pronouns. I was proudly born in Pasadena, and now I am very grateful to be in front of you advocating for more affordable housing. I don't need to go into details about how responsibly planned and thought out this project is. The facts are all on paper. But what I would like to share, to Councilmember Rick Cole's point of addressing the approval of the Design Commission, is that I was in the room at the Design Commission meeting, and like the young man that we recognized earlier tonight, I have been an organizer my entire life since I was a child, doing exactly this. I have never experienced a lack of decorum like I did in that Design Commission meeting, and I genuinely believe that the word reluctant was used on behalf of the commission because of the social pressure that was in the room. The residents that were in clear opposition were very rude and vocal, disrupting public comment as well as the design commissioners themselves. And so I do believe that their reluctancy was because of the social pressure. And as an Angelino, having experienced these wildfires last year, it is extremely shameful that we would allow for such criticism of an affordable housing project that would support Eaton fire victims themselves. So with that, I yield my time.
Thank you. Dr. Lina Al-Sarraf, Alexander Jimenez, Mariana S., Maggie Chen, Jill Shook, Ariella Bressler, then Scott Shimamato.
Doctor, welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and council members. As a Pasadena resident, District 4, I'm expressing support for affordable housing for the units on 600 North Rosemead to create a solution to address our homelessness crisis instead of burying this project in bureaucracy and splitting of hairs. My question is, what is the city council and Pasadena residents who have homes, who are fortunate to have homes, doing for our homelessness crisis? The building is located on a major street with a lot of commercial buildings around. Right across is General Motors design building, and there are many vacant buildings, surrounding buildings, commercial buildings. The single homes are up the street, probably the distance of, let's say, Garfield to Lake Avenue. The residents are well vetted, and the first priority is given to applicants who live or work in the city of Pasadena. Let's dispel the myths. Regarding property value, multiple studies have shown no negative impact on surrounding property values. Let's dispel the myth of regarding crime and safety. Affordable housing does not create increased crime, and there's no data to support it. Regarding traffic, the affordable housing can reduce traffic congestion when built near public transportation, and I think we've seen the splitting of hairs about what is the definition of major transportation stop. In terms of impacting the city, it will create an investment, create jobs.
Your time has
local
expired.
Business. Sorry?
Your time has expired.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Doctor.
Alexander Jimenez, followed by Mariana S., then Maggie Chen, Jill Shook, Ariel Bessler, Scott Shimimato, Ken Lee, then Tom Boat.
Mr. Jimenez, welcome.
Thank you, Council. Thank you, Mayor Gordo. Here's your additional evidence, sir, if you don't mind. The staff has relied on two separate claims. First, that the Foothill Rosemead stop currently qualifies as a major transit stop because Foothill Transit 187 and Metro 266 operate at a 20-minute interval or less during peak intervals. There is no evidence to support this. In fact, the timetables show that they don't meet these requirements. That's not mere splitting of hairs. It literally means that the transit these people who are going to be residents are supposed to use will not be able to meet the demand. So there you go. In addition, the second stop, which has been mentioned several times, was originally brought up in appeal because it was not labeled as being part of a major transit stop. It was labeled as being part of a rapid transit corridor, which is part of the reason why the 25%, 100 units, or 10% unit requirement is implied here, not the point-to-point. But it doesn't matter because either way, that stop is not listed on any SCAG documents. The rebuttal to our appeal mentioned by staff listed the SCAG 2050, which is not an applicable plan. The Connect SoCal 2024 simply doesn't mention this, so that stop does not exist for the matters of this hearing. Moreover, you don't have to apply any of the HCD compliances to this because they are related to parking requirements, not to determining what is a transit stop. And I would finally say that the only way to uphold state law here is actually to find that this project does not satisfy state density bonus law requirements because they are outside of the half-mile radius. They do not meet the requirements.
Your
and you
time
would be
has
in
expired.
violation of state law to allow it to continue as proposed.
Thank you.
sir.
Mariana, followed by Maggie Chen, then Jill Shook, Ariella Bessler.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. The design of the building limits the amount of sunlight that enters. Refer to the developer's sun study. Of the 3 months in time studied, it would appear that sunlight enters the corridor between the buildings only in the month of June at noon. Hence, the bottom of the building, specifically the children's playground, will not get very little natural light, let alone sunlight. We know that depression and anxiety in children has steadily increased, and we know that children who play outdoor regularly are healthier, less stressed, and have healthier sleep patterns. Outdoor access during the school day amounts to less than an hour. Via Vieja Park is referenced for the reduction in open space, although it would require children to cross major intersections 3 times to get there. Creating a children's playground that is open to the sky and filled with natural light could be done with a reduction in units. Post-award changes are generally approved as long as they're within regulations. Red Tail Crossing in Westchester is 100% affordable development with a similar footprint population, 102 units, 78 parking spaces, solar panels, EV charging stations, and a playground that is open to the sky. In earthquake-prone California, I cannot imagine that we want children to play underneath several stories of concrete in an unnaturally lit, confined environment. I urge you to rethink the design of the building and to support the appeal. I urge you to build a better version that is more human-scaled and communicates dignity and worth for its residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Maggie Chen, followed by Jill Shook, Ariel Bessler, Scott Shimiamato, Ken Lee, Tom Boat, and Ron Matthews.
Good evening, City Council. I'm Maggie Chen, and I'm a resident of East Pasadena. I live 5 minutes away from this future development, and I'm asking City Council to deny the appeal and to move forward with this project. The Rosemary Family Apartments is in an ideal location. It's a 15-minute walk to a metro station close by to a shopping center. It's well thought out. It converts an underutilized office building and builds a new structure over an existing parking lot. And this turns a vacant lot into homes for over 130 families. The city is in a housing crisis, and there's a huge need for affordable housing in this area, so this development helps alleviate some of that. The city has a chance to address this crisis meaningfully. Please deny the appeal, and let's continue to build more affordable housing. Thank you.
Ready? Good evening. My name is Jill Shook, and I'm in District 1. It's so great to see you all. Some of the things I've heard you say, Victor Gordo, in the past, the importance of spreading affordable housing throughout the city, and we're really grateful that this is a project that will indeed do that. And I just wanted to mention, as a person of faith, I believe in the golden rule. If we all want a nice home for ourselves, we should want that for everybody. And so I'm going to read for you from our Pasadena Housing element about affirmatively furthering fair housing. And that's one reason I love this project. I think it does just that. It requires a thorough analysis of any patterns of discrimination and provision of housing. And so on page 23 of the housing element, it says that the city of Pasadena must create a housing environment in which all people have equal access to housing of their choice and are treated with dignity and respect in the neighborhoods in which they choose to live. It goes on to say that housing distribution, the city needs to work to ensure that housing for lower-income households is distributed throughout the city, and that concentrations in particular neighborhoods and council districts are explicitly avoided. There's quite a bit more that the housing element says about making sure there is no
Jill, your time has expired.
discrimination, but I appreciate that
Thank you,
affirmatively furthering for
Thank you.
housing
Thank you.
is clearly part of it.
Thank you, Ms. Schick.
Ariel Bessler? No. Scott Shimamoto? Followed by Ken Lee, then Tom Boat, then Ronald Matthews, then Kevin Wheeler, then Randall Hein Lamb, then Katja Guther.
Welcome, sir.
Hey, everybody, Scott Shimamoto here. I live right next door. I'm at 500 North Rosemead. That's ground zero, right? And it's already a lot of traffic down there, and it's already a lack of parking. This particular place was supposed to have, I believe, it's supposed to have 200 and something parking spaces. That's what you guys would have normally had as a city of Pasadena, and now we have 55. The state of California has come up with these crazy laws that they're kind of a moving target. They don't live in Pasadena. They don't know our traffic patterns. They don't know that you have to have a car. If you're going to be a teacher or someone who was a Altadena fire victim, move in here. Those people have to get to the jobs. What are they? How are they going to get there? Unless they're on that one bus line, they're going to have a car, right? This is going to become a disaster for our neighborhood. You're going to have people jaywalking. You're going to have all kinds of problems with this lack of parking. It's really, really bad. My thing is, you guys are the city council. If somebody from the federal government came down with some crazy law that they expected you guys to implement, would you guys do it? Like they said, okay, well, Pearl Harbor got bombed, so we're going to get all the Japanese people, put them in a camp with no legal representation. Just put them in there. Would you guys support that? So this is the question that you guys have to have. The city of Pasadena is not some hodunk city. It's
Sir,
a
your
very
time has
powerful-
expired.
And we would love for the city council and mayor
thank you,
to
sir.
tell the state of California, pause this. until we
Ken
can
Lee,
figure out what's
followed
going on.
by
Thank you.
Tom Boat, followed by Ronald Matthews, then Kevin Wheeler. Mr. Boat?
Good evening. My name is Tom Boat. I've lived in East Pasadena for 30 years. I own a home that's about a 10-minute walk from this building, and I strongly support it for two simple reasons. One, we have a severe housing shortage in Pasadena. And number two, I really think that transit-oriented developments are the most effective and smart way to add the housing that we need. My 26-year-old nephew moved into the Rosetown Transit Apartments near Sierra Madre Villa in December, and he loves it. He's having a great life. He lives, he shops, he works all in Pasadena without having a car. It's a new trend with young people. They're getting, if you give them the resources of transit, they will survive without a car, and they have to do it. Usually, there's an economic reality now that a lot of young people have to design a life without a car. And then also when he was applying for the apartment, there were a lot of people who wanted to live there. They had a lot of people who applied for it, and a preference was given for people who lived and worked in Pasadena. So this building is not for some people far away that are homeless. It's for people that it will serve the people in Pasadena. And so that's why I urge you to support the project.
Thank you. Ronald Matthews, I don't see Kevin Wheeler, followed by Randall Hein Lamb, then Katja Gunther, then Thomas Ty, Frankie Brandauer.
Mr. Wheeler, welcome.
Thank you. I'm Kevin Wheeler. Opinions vary about me. One issue we believe deserves far more attention is the actual design and operational suitability of the housing itself, especially if supportive housing or formerly homeless housing is part of the long-term vision. It should not simply be treated as a standard apartment building with a different funding source or tenant population. The physical design of the project matters enormously. Unit configuration, common areas, security, visibility, circulation, staffing space, outdoor space, transitional areas, noise management, and how residents interact with the surrounding neighborhood all directly affect whether a project succeeds, both for residents and for the community around it. I beg you to request an intentional design that includes a safety office that residents and guests cannot circumvent. The current front office design is insufficient. These aren't anti-housing positions, they are responsible planning items on a checklist. That is why it is concerning that these questions were not meaningfully discussed at the Design Commission. I was there, and I was very polite. Instead, they seem to be deferred until later, after key approvals are already granted. They should not have separated the discussion of use and purpose of helping those with trauma from the discussion of the design. They are inseparable.
Thank you, Mr. Wheeler. Randall Hine Lamb, followed by Katja Guthner, followed by Thomas Tai, Frankie Brandauer, Robert Nolte, Lehua Liu.
Sir, welcome back.
Randall Heinfeld Lamb, again, District 5 resident. I speak in favor of this item. As a Pasadena homeowner, I can attest to the lack of affordable housing in this city. When we bought our current home about a dozen years ago or so, it was a difficult struggle then, and it's only gotten worse since that time, both in terms of cost and competition. I should have listened, I should have known ahead of time that my friend Anthony Munoz would speak to this, but I wanted to speak actually to the issue of the PUSD and the importance of this housing project to the future of education in this city. My wife, for some 20 years or so, volunteered in one of the schools here in Pasadena as a storyteller. And she has seen the decline in student enrollment and the decline of the facilities to the point where Longfellow School, where she was volunteering, has been on the list for repairs to the point where they were going to close the school and move all the students to another facility while they did that. Now that all is in question, and there is the question of whether or not there is going to be a survivable PUSD. These houses, especially the family units, are going to be important to maintaining that, and I strongly urge the council to vote in favor. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Katja? Sorry, I keep on mispronouncing your last name.
Hello, my name is Katja Gunther. I am a resident of Pasadena. I live just over half a mile from the proposed project, and I am delighted that affordable housing might finally come to East Pasadena, where we basically currently have none. I support the project, and I'm asking you to deny this appeal because frankly, there is no legal basis for it. Splitting hairs over these few feet of walking to the transit stops is not the intent of state law to promote desperately needed affordable housing across the state of California, including here in Pasadena. I was also present at the Design Commission meeting and again here tonight, and I have to say that I'm ashamed by so many of my neighbors who seem to be differentiating by people based on their presumed class position or their history as unhoused. I would note that the city of Riverside is currently being sued and investigated by the state of California because they have declined exactly this kind of housing proposal. State law is clear, and your minds should be too. We can't impose rules like thinking every tenant needs to have a designated garage parking space that do not exist in our laws. People need housing now, and this project has a great location, a thoughtful design, and I'm very excited to welcome the residents of it to our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Thomas Tai, followed by Frankie Brandauer, then Robert Nolte, Lehua Liu, Matthew Brehove, Koji Sakano. Go ahead.
Good evening. Thank you to all the members of the council and to everyone here tonight. Several points have been made about this project, which I would like to address. I think the first is that we need to really zoom out here and realize that we are on a question of state law. And in this discussion about 0.25 miles, it seems to me that state law has several different definitions for what that is. And here, it appears that based on what the staff has told us, and I trust them here, that it is measured as the crow flies, and that we cannot disregard that as a city. We are bound by state law and preempted by it in this case. And second of all, as other commenters have mentioned, affirmatively furthering fair housing is not just a nice statement in our housing element, it's very nice to have it, it is an obligation of state law. Now, should we take action against that mandate from the state, we could find ourselves in legal liability like Riverside, Huntington Beach, or other cities, and with our deficit, I don't think we should pay legal fees to litigate this, quite frankly, if we have to. And finally, in terms of the other findings, it seems that we will have still plenty of oversight from the city, even after approving this project, to ensure safety of all residents. And fourth, let's look at the crisis before us. I think every person who has walked or experienced Pasadena streets can see that there are homeless people. There are more homeless people in more places everywhere. No one likes to see homeless people sleeping on the street. I think most people agree with that.
Your time has expired.
Thank you.
Thank you. Frankie
Thank you,
Bandauer, then Robert Nolte, then Lihua Liu, then Matthew Brehov, Koji Sakano, Angela Strong. And I announce that if your speaker card is not in now, we will stop accepting because we're still going. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, my name is Frank Brandauer, not Frankie, but.
Sorry about that.
I'm a long-term resident of the area, and I just wanted to point out one thing, that this project is in real terms a bellwether event for the coming of many such high-density projects that we will all be discussing many times in the future. And it's your actions tonight that will set the tone for these new buildings. And I wish you to consider that when you're making your assessment. There have been some people here that are vehemently supportive of the project, no matter the cost or the impact, and unfortunately some people that are opposed to any project at all. But I can tell you, speaking for the neighborhood, we are not opposed to projects of this type of density, but we believe that the majority really support a project that doesn't result in increased density and oversized buildings that are not in alignment with our neighborhoods. I thank you for your time, and hope that we don't have to go through this too many more times. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry about the mispronunciation. Robert Nolte.
Sir, welcome.
Thanks. Appreciate the city council being here and all the work that you do. I am a graduate of Caltech, homeowner. I live at Raymond and Orange Grove, so I'm about 50 yards from an affordable housing project where a lot of Fuller faculty live, about 60 yards from Heritage Square North, which is affordable housing for seniors, and about 40 yards from Heritage Square South, which is supportive housing for formerly homeless people. And I love my neighborhood, and literally most of the people I know who live in affordable housing have master's degrees or PhDs, and they qualify for affordable housing because they work for nonprofits. So there'd be neighbors that anybody would be happy to have. Listening to the arguments tonight, I think there's a few that are slam dunks that the appeal is not supported, and some where you could make an argument if you want to that could go either way. But I think given the amount of need for affordable housing, I would encourage you to, in a choice that can go either way, to go for affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Liu?
Yes.
Welcome.
I am Lihua Liu. My husband and I, we live on Rim Road, right behind this proposed project. And we raise our kids, and we love Pasadena for decades. And I wish Pasadena will remain the lovely city that we are devoted and dedicated and, contribute to preserve. I was really disappointed to hear our practical concerns expressed through the appeal, deemed as or described as baseless, which is really off the mark. As all of my neighbors, we talk about, we support affordable housing, but we have practical concerns about the consequences of less thoughtful design and the execution of the city review process. So I just want to be here to restate that, we put our trust in all of you, and we hope that you can preserve our city's legacy and our city's character, and really understand without emotions, without labeling, what we're talking about.
Your time has expired?
Sorry, just one more sentence about the sound effect and the wall, then we actually, the barrier, that
Ma'am.
needs to be really seen by people, not just looking at the Google Maps.
Thank you. Matthew Brihove, followed by Koji Sakano, and then
Sir,
Angela
welcome.
Strong, then Alex Dobbs, Erica Foy, John Latta.
Hi, Matthew Brehove with Abundant Housing Pasadena.
Hold on a
I want to point out the last time I was here at the city council meeting that got this much interest in standing room only, it was the Grants Pass Supreme Court decision. Remember that? People were like wondering if we were going to consider making it illegal to just be homeless. Luckily, everybody, all the city council members said that was, arresting people for being homeless was a bad idea. So that was really good. But the solution to the problem is all baked into the kinds of decisions that we make on exactly these kinds of issues, whether housing is allowed to get built. On a sort of technical point that we're talking about whether something was as the crow flies or walking distance, that is something that matters not to you or to me or to the residents of Hastings Ranch. It matters to the people who live in there. If they opt to live in there, it's close enough. And it suits their transportation needs. So considering how important that is, that's how important it is. They're the ones that have to deal with it. And that's all on.
Koji Sakano.
Welcome, sir.
Good evening, Council and Mayor. My name is Koji Sakano, and I live in District 2, and I also work in Pasadena, car-free. I don't need a car, and I don't want one. I ask you to deny the appeal and move forward with the plan as presented. The plan clearly complies with state mandates because of the density bonus law. The distance is as the crow flies, and as the law prescribes, within a half mile of 2 major transit stops. I support this building since it would be perfect for people like me, who would qualify based on income limits and do not need to have parking for a car. I have seen many neighbors concerned about parking spillover. However, as the developer said, I believe that those interested in this building would self-select. Those who apply, like me, would tend to be those that do not wish for car parking in the first place. In short, they would be neighbors like me whose bike or scooter could be stored in their apartment and not disrupt the existing parking or traffic of our neighbors. And those bike or scooters could be used to bridge the distance to the major transit stops in less time with no impact to parking. As far as my neighbors' concerns about our homeless neighbors being housed, this is nothing but a win in my opinion. We all deserve housing, and if we cannot access it, that is a failure of our housing supply. We have over 500 neighbors unhoused now in Pasadena alone, and in one go we could house almost 10% of them. That is a slam dunk. For these reasons, I urge you to move forward with this project as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Angela Strong, then Alex Dobbs, then Erica Foy, then John Latta, then Sonia Burnt, Dana Sales, Elisa Pastor, and Catherine Carpenter with more to come. Welcome. Go ahead.
Hello, Council. My name is Angela Strong, and I'm a resident of Pasadena in Councilmember Cole's district. I would like to ask the Council to deny the appeal. East Pasadena needs affordable housing. It is one of the places in Pasadena with the lowest amount of affordable housing. This project will bring many badly needed units of affordable housing to Pasadena. It is in line with the vision and goals for East Pasadena being a semi-urban environment and within a half a mile of major transit. Therefore, it does qualify under SDBL, which has been confirmed by several agencies. Therefore, the density and current parking is in line with current allowed laws and codes. Not everyone has a car, and because of that, parking will be sufficient. Tenants with a parking permit would also have to park within a certain number of feet of their homes. I believe it is 500 feet according to Pasadena rules, and that would be if they're even able to get a parking permit at all. Not to mention the close neighborhoods would still be quite a walk. Tenants will not be parking in close by neighborhoods. Therefore, it will not bring significant amounts of traffic to neighboring communities. Mayor, you have said in the past that you want affordable housing throughout different districts and not too much consolidated to one district. This will help with that goal since East Pasadena has very little affordable complexes and we need more there. So I ask you to deny this appeal and approve this affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Alex Dobbs, then Erica Foy, then John Latta. Sure.
Hi everyone, my name is Alex Dobbs. I'm here representing the Faith and Housing Coalition, of which I'm the lead organizer. And I'm also authorized to represent La Fuente Ministries, which is a church that is very close to where this building is happening. And we officially oppose this appeal and want more affordable housing in Pasadena. And on the technical side, it seems to me that the appellants are using Bill 21155, that's a CEQA law. That's where they're getting their material to oppose this project. But really, the state density bonus law, number 65915, is what's being used. And so they're not even referencing the correct bill. But beyond that, to me, this really gets down to what are our values as a community. It seems to me that the work to oppose a project like this is like bullies at a school that are not letting new kids at the school play on the playground and forcing them to sit on the side as they watch the bullies have access to the playground by themselves. And that is the story of our housing in this country that used to be redlining and racial covenants. Now today is in the same spirit of appeals like this to keep out poor people of color from living in high resource areas, which is the spirit of affirmatively furthering fair housing. And to me, this project is for families and disabled people. I was with my best friend today at the gym.
Your time has expired.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Erica Foy, followed by John Latta.
Ms. Foy, welcome.
Hi, thank you. I encourage the council and the public to look into the many community complaints and operational concerns that have surfaced with other projects associated with the people concerned. All you have to do is Google it. These are legitimate issues residents deserve to openly discuss before projects of this scale move forward. These operational concerns are the Design Commission's responsibility, and they were never discussed. For example, the staff for the people concerned will reportedly consume 12 of the already limited 55 parking spaces, further reducing parking availability for residents in surrounding neighborhoods. Was this discussed? No. In addition, the project includes a toddler play area, something that raises important questions about how the project is again designed. What about security, visibility, and lighting of public areas? This is all Design Commission. I think the appellant has a case that the business and operation of the people concerned was never discussed at the Design Commission, and now it is your responsibility. More broadly, residents across Pasadena are increasingly concerned that the city is taking overly lenient interpretations of state density bonus laws like we see with the crow's fly, allowing projects that dramatically exceed the scale and character of surrounding neighborhoods. Street by street and neighborhood by neighborhood, Pasadena is changing drastically. Mature trees disappear, open space shrinks, larger and denser buildings are pushing deeper
Erica, your time has
into
expired.
residential areas. This needs to
Ms.
be
Foy.
looked at closer.
Thank you.
Thank you. John Latta, followed by Sonia Burnt. Dana Sales, who's the applicant.
First of all, thank you guys for all the hard work you do. I know it's a tough job, and you help keep our city great. I just wanted to bring up a potential inconsistency of the parking exemptions for high-density, low-income housing in future projects. I think the idea was that this would be apartment buildings without significant number of employees. Like this project, there may be projects in the future with significant numbers of employees, and it seems reasonable that there should be an expectation of parking for those employees. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sonia Burnt, followed by Dana Sales, followed by Catherine Carpenter, then Owinam Mana Waya, I'm sorry, and then Humera. I cannot
Ms. Burnt, welcome.
try that again.
Good evening. My name is Sonia Burnt. I've lived in East Pasadena for over 22 years. I'm walking distance of the property site at issue. I'm a retired advocate for those languishing on our unsafe streets. I enthusiastically support this desperately needed affordable housing project, which may ultimately include many units of supportive housing for formerly unhoused residents. And I'll remind you again, we've just lost 142 units of permanent supportive housing because Centennial Place was transitioned to senior housing. This would be a big chunk right here of erasing that deficit. And a ratio of 15 or 20 to 1, are you kidding me? That's fantastic in terms of a service provider and clients. I've been very discouraged at the lack of affordable housing where I live and where I see our unsheltered residents struggle daily. East Pasadena has not done its part thus far. making sure our city is economically diverse throughout the city. I drive past this site a few to several times a week. I cannot recall more than a few cars ever parked on the streets in front of and across Rosemead. This is not an area of traffic congestion. The Design Commission and staff have done an excellent job reviewing this project. Please follow the law. I know you don't like it, but you have to follow it. Follow staff recommendations.
Sonia, your
deny
time.
the appeal.
Thank you. Dana Sales, followed by Catherine Carpenter, then Owinam Mano Wionia.
Ma'am, welcome.
Sorry.
I'm Catherine Carpenter, and I live in Lower Hastings Ranch. And I counted coming here tonight about 10 houses until I get to the corner of Sierra Madre Boulevard and Rosemead. I'm a Quaker, and I fully support this project. I have many points, but people have been saying them. The 50 units are designed for unhoused residents. That's terrific. I'm welcoming a project like this in my neighborhood. And I don't belong to the association that has the appeal. So I'm going to stop there.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Owinam, followed by Humera.
Good
Welcome,
evening,
sir.
Council. My name is Awe. I'm a resident here of Pasadena, and I ask you to reject this appeal. I'm a Pasadena resident who lives in Pasadena without a car. I actually live 0.8 miles from the nearest major transit stop, but I actually don't need to walk that distance because there's a bus stop right outside my apartment, and so I'm able to not end up walking that entire distance. 600 North Rosemead has several bus lines that can take residents from the location to the major transit stops, and so the consideration of the state law matters and as the core flight matters, but there are buses that can take residents to the bus stops, and so they can end up not walking that full distance. It's important that we decouple our ideas about car ownership as a requirement to live in Pasadena, because you're able to do so without needing one, especially when 45% of residents in Pasadena are rent burdened, meaning they spend more than 30% of their income on housing. And so they might not be able to afford a car. And so we need to be able to provide housing for folks to be able to get around without this requirement. More and affordable housing is crucial for making Pasadena a more livable community. When we have fewer folks driving, it means that traffic flows faster, it makes it safer because there are less people driving, and it improves our air quality and our greenhouse gas emissions. When we talk about reducing emissions for climate change, nothing beats getting folks out of their car and building, and it's an adaptive reuse project. So the building's already been built, the emissions have already been committed. So this project matches everything, it's perfect, and I thank you for your time.
Thank
you, sir.
After Humera is Sean Morrissey, Philip Taylor, Topher Mathers, Nayeli Hibner, and then Jennifer Louie, who are online. Go ahead.
Yeah, as Councilmember Lyon noted before we started public comment, the substantial burden is on the people making the appeal. They haven't produced it. You must deny the appeal. Okay, that said, what's up with the concern about residents climbing the hill? Really, would you be talking about this if these were $1 million condos? Come on. Parking, it's irrelevant, but I'm just going to say there are a lot of people in California, who live car-free by choice or by necessity. Parking on Rosemead, Saturday, April 4th, in the meeting, I rode my bike there to check it out. Figured that it was a good time of week to go because people would be home on a Saturday morning. I could see how many residents were taking up the wide expanse of parking on the street. It was wide open. There were 2 cars. One of them was a delivery vehicle. I have the photos. You can see my Strava. I'm not making this up. There is no by the way, I got here on a bus too, just to add that. There is no legal basis to support the appeal. You must deny it. Say yes to affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There are actually maybe a few more people in person before we get to virtual commenters. Harrison Smock, Sam Alcorn, Michael Canavan, PA, that should be the people that are here. And Yadi.
If you'll step forward, if you heard your name, please.
So Yadi, I don't see
Formal
it. Did I call anybody who's coming forward?
No.
Harrison Smock, are you coming forward? Sam Alcorn? There you go. Sorry about that. Michael Canavan as well, and then Yadi.
Mr. Alcorn, welcome.
How do you do? Mayor and Council, good evening. I am Sam Alcorn, resident of District 3, and I want to say that the fact that this appeal can be filed and heard speaks volumes as to why we're in this housing crisis that we find ourselves in, and that has existed for my entire life. One of my favorite books, as I've mentioned before on this podium, one of my favorite books about this is Solving the Housing Crisis, or Resolving the Housing Crisis, rather. When was that published? 1982. And anyway, I'd also like to remind you that this body, like all public agencies in California with land use authority, is obligated by Government Code 8899.50 B to take no action that would go against its obligation to affirmatively further for housing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Michael Canavan, then Yadi, and then we'll go to Sean Morrissey online.
Mr. Canavan, welcome.
Good evening. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Michael Canavan. I'm a District 6 resident. I'm asking you tonight to deny the appeal and let this project go forward. I live right between two affordable housing projects with my family. And you know what I notice about them? Nothing. They look just like any other building. They're full of neighbors, much like any others. I don't wonder or worry about where the residents park. I have my own off-street parking, as I'm sure many in East Pasadena do. But I'm grateful for those buildings because it means that those neighbors who may have been born here, gone to school here, who may work here, who may have family here, get to live here. Something that's increasingly difficult for low and middle income residents of our city to afford. The staff report was very thorough. Everything seems accurate to me, but to respond to Councilmember Cole's request, the applicant brought up 2115B, but 21155A says this chapter applies only to a transit priority project. This is not a transit priority project, this is a density bonus project. And the fact that staff referred them to AB 2079, I believe it was, that is a law that governs how much cities can impose minimum parking requirements on projects. So that seems particularly relevant here. And just as a last note, you know, courts do give deference to HCD guidance in matters like this. So I think, you know, when there's an edge case, we should be mindful of that. Thank you very much. Let this project go forward.
Thank you. Yadi?
Hi, I support this adaptive residential project. I thank the staff for their hard work, not only on this development, but projects across the city. I also want to thank my District 4 neighbor, Ms. Kirby, for caring so strongly about her community, the district, and the city. When I first moved to Pasadena, I moved near a transit stop and was car-free for a couple years. I walked a leisurely 0.76 miles to the Lake train stop. My company paid for my transit pass, my commute was chill, and I always felt safe. I walked from my home north of Sierra Madre past the proposed development to the shopping centers frequently during the pandemic. And just another side note, according to the LA Metro, if you are a resident, rider, or local stakeholder, you can request a new stop or a stop amenity by contacting your local city council or municipality as they manage local streets and sidewalks. You can also contact LA Metro Customer Relations to submit a service suggestion for an area lacking coverage. What are the alternatives here? I'd rather have housing and families than an Amazon facility. Thank you for supporting more housing.
Thank you. We'll go to virtual commenters, Sean Morrissey, then Philip Taylor, then Topher Mathers, Nayeli Hibner.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. Union Station Homeless Services urges the council to deny the appeal and uphold the Design Commission's approval of this project. Pasadena, like every community in our region, continues to face a severe affordable housing crisis. Projects like this, especially deeply affordable housing located near major transit, are exactly the kinds of developments our city and state say we need more of. This has been extensively reviewed. Staff has made clear that the project is consistent with both Pasadena's housing policies and state law. There will always be neighborhood concerns, but we have to acknowledge the consequences of continuing to delay or obstruct affordable housing production during a housing affordability crisis. The question before us is not whether growth will happen, but whether Pasadena will allow housing opportunities that are accessible to working people, lower income residents, and those at risk of displacement and homelessness. We respectively urge you to move this project forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Philip Taylor, followed by Topher Mathers, then Nayeli Hivner, Jennifer Louie, and then Erica Jimenez. Go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Philip Taylor, and I'm a resident of Pasadena. I live about a mile from this location. I'm actually currently at work and unable to be there in person, so I want to thank the council for allowing me to speak remotely. I strongly support this project, and I'm asking the council to deny the appeal and approve the project. The vast majority of people agree that housing is one of the most important issues facing our region and state. People are constantly complaining about high rent, high cost of living, and high homelessness, and projects like this are the solution to these problems. Nearly everyone agrees with this and research supports it. I think this is a perfect location for this project. There's parking all over the place here, but more importantly, it's near transit, it's near the A-line, and this hasn't been brought up tonight, but there's also a proposal for a new bus rapid transit on Rosemead, so that could potentially be there shortly after this project is completed. The idea that this project doesn't comply with state density laws is just objectively false, and I think that all three of the appeal points are objectively disproven. I think to consider blocking or delaying this project is irrational and counterproductive, but more importantly, allowing this project to move forward is just the right thing to do. I don't see how you can consider blocking affordable housing when 90% of our residents are constantly complaining that we just don't have enough of it. So I urge the council to deny the appeal and allow it to begin construction as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Topher Mathers, followed by Nayeli Hivner, Jennifer Louie, Erica Jimenez, P.A. Brown. That will be the last speaker, P.A. Brown. Topher? No? There you go, Topher. Go ahead.
Good evening, council. As a millennial, a renter, and a husband, and a father who is struggling firsthand with the affordable housing crisis, I fully support all efforts to build new housing, especially affordable housing in Pasadena. As you all know, the state has an ongoing housing affordability crisis created by our own policy choices. Our school district is shrinking by the day, and our neighbor to the north, Altadena, burned to the ground, in part due to climate change, displacing thousands of people, including family members of mine, friends, and work colleagues. I strongly support any and all efforts aimed at building more housing, and more importantly, I find it morally indefensible that after Altadena burned to the ground, that Pasadena officials would in any capacity stop, delay the construction of new housing. This is a smart, responsible, common sense infill project. It will convert an unused office building and build a new structure over an existing surface parking lot. No homes are affected, no one is displaced. It adheres to objective design. SCAG maps show it's near a major transit site, etc. More so as a father to a young child, I truly cannot express how crucial it is to live within walking distance to a Trader Joe's, 5 minutes walk, and a public library, 2 minutes walk from this project, let alone an ice cream shop. There should be a density bonus just for these factors alone. That's how you really reduce greenhouse gas emissions. You build housing near Trader Joe's. For reasons mentioned, I urge you to deny the appeal, follow state law, let's move forward and build this desperately needed affordable housing. Thank you so much.
Nayeli Hivner, followed by Jennifer Louie, then Erica Jimenez, then P.A. Brown.
Good evening. My name is Nayeli Hivner, and I'm here on behalf of the Clergy Community Coalition, where I am the advocacy coordinator. We are urging the council to reject this appeal and to support affordable housing in East Pasadena. I will start by trying to appease my councilman Cole. I live in his district somewhat and present my opinion on the whole distance to transit and the crow flying. I'm very familiar with this area. I have walked it multiple times. I know for a fact that from 600 North Rosemead, there are not massive buildings that you cannot get through. In fact, there is a parking lot that spans the length from Rosemead all the way to Foothill of commercial parking lot. So to me, this is a non-issue. Maybe less in appeasing my Councilman Cole, I would like to share my experience of the previous time that I went to the design committee to express my support for this project. I encountered in the opposition there a vitriol and disgust that I did not think possible in my neighbors in Pasadena. And although the opposition has stated multiple times that they absolutely love affordable housing and poor people, probably in their desire to not come off as cruel, but many of the comments were tinged with implications of not wanting to become like the other side of town. And at one point, Altadena was mentioned here, and questioning even what kind of people would be brought to this area and how it would change the character of the area. The classism and the racism of many in the opposition was barely being hidden behind concerns of designs. I implore the council to
Your
see
time has
past
expired.
and reject the NIMBYism. Thank you.
Jennifer Louie, followed by Erica Jimenez, followed by P.A. Brown. Go ahead.
Hello. My name is Jennifer Louie. I live in District 2 and I'm part of Abundant Housing LA and the Faith and Housing Coalition. I'm here in support of affordable housing in East Pasadena and ask you to deny this appeal. We live in such a diverse city, but we have to acknowledge the long history of racial and economic segregation in this region, and this project is a concrete way to rectify that unjust history to allow for people of various incomes and races to live and thrive here. I think of my Chinese American grandparents who were the first people of color to move to their street in Altadena in the 60s, and the fond memories my dad had of what a culturally diverse experience that he had growing up in Altadena, Pasadena. So let's keep creating more pathways to allow diverse communities to thrive here for future generations. The claim that parking and traffic will be an issue is an exaggeration. According to the Public Policy Institute of California, 1 in 3 low-income families do not have a car. And so this project is already in motion. Let's just keep supporting it and bring greater diversity to East Pasadena. Thank you for your hard work.
Thank you. Erica Jimenez, followed by P.A. Brown. You have to unmute. There you go. Go ahead.
Council. My name is Erica. I'm a renter and a new mother, and I live at 500 North Rosemead, so I'm a neighbor to this proposed building. My first point is that I want to reiterate to everybody who didn't already know that this developer stands to receive up to $65 million of funding via bonds and other means, which means they could be spending up to $500,000 per unit for this development. And yet with that much funding, they barely have a playground for children. It's basically underground and has 2 small play structures, and they claim that they cannot afford to provide even 1 single parking space per family. Now, to me, if this development is intended to help families escape poverty or experience the ability to improve their livelihoods, then trapping them in a building that is nearly at the very edge of what is supposedly a major transit area with no ability to get a car eventually should they need one. In addition, they do not have a school that they can get their children to. So if people have children, they have no way of getting their children to a school currently. There's no bus line that runs past Rosemead currently, and there are no elementary schools within walking distance of this development. So as a new mother, that really concerns me. In addition, as my husband stated, the bus stops that are cited by the developer, although the city has claimed that they qualify by their own posted schedules.
Ma'am, your time has expired.
No.
Sorry. Thank you. P.A. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
P.A. Brown, Pasadena homeowner. I urge the council to deny the appeal to this very good adaptive reuse project for 131 families. As staff has stated, the project meets the necessary legal requirements. There's no basis of substantial evidence to approve the appeal. If there are open questions, I urge the council to come down on the side of affordable housing and deny the appeal. Now I'm going to read from the New York Times, which actually today published an editorial on the housing crisis facing the country. The Times writes, and that areas on both the East and the West Coast have made the situation worse, stating that, quote, many of these areas vote Democratic and identify as politically progressive, yet their housing policies have increased inequality. By maximizing home prices, these parts of the Blue America have benefited existing homeowners who tend to be older and richer at the expense of everyone else, end quote. It's unfortunate when some find reasons to oppose new multifamily housing. Maybe, quote, we support housing, but then fill in the blank. Sometimes, at least to me, it sounds like something from the redlining era. Pasadena has changed and is still changing. That's good, and that's progress. On a personal note, I'll just add that we have 2 daughters in their 20s. Both work. Both would qualify for affordable housing. One drives, one doesn't have a car, doesn't want one.
Sir, your time has expired.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. That completes public comment. It's the rebuttal period. So it's first is the appellant and last is the applicant. Yeah, go ahead.
So I'll turn to the city attorney to give the specifics, but we are postponing 2 items on our agenda to a different council meeting, given the time. Madam City
Yes,
Attorney.
thank you, Mayor, members of the council and the public. City council agenda items,
15.
sorry,
I think it's 15.
15, which is the resolution for an updated policy for reimbursement for travel and expenses for elected officials.
And 18.
And then number 18, which is the first reading of the ordinance regarding council compensation of the mayor and members of the city council.
And then 19.
And then 19, which was first reading of the term limits for advisory body members. So those items will return in an early June meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And that's in addition to item 14, 16, and 17 that got pulled.
Right, that I mentioned earlier.
Yes. Just there's cards on those. So it's the appellant for a rebuttal. No, there's 2 TAFRA hearings and then there's a second reading of an ordinance.
We support affordable housing. We said that before, we said it again, and it can be done without excess density. The developer has stated that he's got units, he's got buildings with 40 units in them. So obviously it can be built. We appreciate your thoughtful questions, especially about past projects that haven't gone according to plan. We think that there's a lot to be learned from what's happened in the past. We hope that you'll do all the due diligence that you deem necessary in order to find out how to prevent mistakes that we'll be living with as the next door neighbors for the next 55 years. We are concerned about the possibility that we haven't persuaded you to read the full language of the definition of a major transit stop. You might ask why the definition includes limits on distance if the distance doesn't matter. Why was the language included? Even by a straight line, the project does not qualify because the bus stop is too far from almost all of the parcel. And that's the specific requirement that's in the definition. And it was mentioned that 21-155A is about TODs. Well, 21-155A is not in the density bonus law. What's in the density bonus law is 21-155B, and that's how they define a major transit stop. There's no other definition of a major transit stop in the density bonus law. That's the only definition of a major transit stop. So we think it is applicable. We think it's important to use the entire definition, not just the piece that fits the goal. We'd like council to consider giving direction to staff regarding the list of neighbor concerns that we listed on our presentation, and they're in the handouts that you were provided. Our requests and concerns are reasonable, and they're very important to us, especially as they affect our quality of life. As I said, this project will be there for 55 or more years, and we'll be living right next door to it every day. This isn't down the block. This isn't somewhere else in the neighborhood. This is right next door. So we're concerned that those be given serious consideration in terms of helping at least partially preserve our quality of life. This project would be more compatible if it had less density, and it can be done that way. We're pleased to be able to present the appeal. It cost us a lot of money to raise this appeal. We're thankful that you listened, and we hope that you'll carefully consider the points we raised, because we believe in them.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
As the applicant, you have 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Thank you. Again, Elisa Pastor, Land Use Council for the record. Opponents are asking you to deny this project based on a clear misreading of the law and based on subjective compatibility standards or pure speculation. To ground us in the decision that is before you today, to deny this project, the city would have to demonstrate that based on a preponderance of the evidence, there is a health and safety risk based on objective, quantifiable standards. No one has identified that standard here. What is in the record is substantial evidence to support this project. As Councilmember Lyons has said, it is not enough to poke holes. Speculation is not substantial evidence, and that is what you have heard. This project is not feasible with less density. Let me make that clear. With regards to the measurement to the transit stop, the legislative intent is clearly written in the law. The statute says this chapter shall be interpreted liberally in favor of producing the maximum number of units of housing. There can be no clearer statement of legislative intent. With regards to the misstatement of law by appellants, a single sentence in 21155 defines a major transit stop. That is all that is relevant. It states a major transit stop is defined in section 21064, except for purposes of this section, it also includes major transit stops within the regional transit plan. It is black letter law that a more specific statute prevails over a general statute. Here, the state density bonus law is clear that a major transit stop is measured point to point. The supplemental noise report notes that ambient noise levels were actually measured at 3 locations, not just one as stated, the north, east, and south property lines. The city did measure the ambient noise at the parking garage area, and the increase with operations would be less than significant. It is not enough to speculate about the city-prepared technical analysis. With regards to the needs about special needs housing, this is not a grounds to deny the project. As your assistant city manager has articulated, operations are not a subject of this approval, and special needs housing is multifamily housing. Regarding comments to the impacts of operations and service providers, this is a red herring, because there's been a lot of discussion about parking, but the reality is that parking impacts are not cognizable impacts under CEQA, and there's not a basis to deny this project. State law mandates approval of this project. Protect the city against the significant liability that it would face if this project is denied. This is a good project. It complies with their housing element mandate to provide 777 lower income units in the specific plan area. If it affirmatively furthers fair housing, and it will serve 133 families in this community. Do the right thing and deny the appeal.
That completes the hearing process.
Okay. Mr. Masuda is first in the queue. Mr. Masuda?
Thank you, Mayor, and I want to thank all the speakers today and tonight. You guys were excellent with your comments. This is my district, and I've been following this project for quite a while now. And Mayor, I'd like to move staff's recommendation to deny the appeal and to approve the application for this project.
Second.
We need to close the public hearing and.
So we need a motion to close the public.
I'll move to close the public hearing.
Second.
To close the public hearing, Councilmember Cole?
Yes.
Councilmember Hampton? Yes. Councilmember Jones?
Yes.
Councilmember Lyon?
Yes.
Councilmember Madison?
Yes.
Councilmember Masuda?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rivas?
Yes.
Mayor Gordo?
Yes.
The public hearing is closed unanimously. Do you want to do the roll call for?
Yes, roll call.
To approve the staff recommendation, Councilmember Cole?
Yes.
Councilmember Hampton?
Yes.
Councilmember Jones?
Yes.
Councilmember Lyon?
Yes.
Councilmember Madison?
Yes.
Councilmember Masuda?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rivas?
Yes.
Mayor Gordo?
Yes.
Motion is approved unanimously. We are now moving on to item 12. There are. Did you want to say something? Sorry, Mayor.
Yeah, I'd like to just address some of the issues with regard to the state's actions and the mess that it's causing, not just in our city and every other city. I mean, one of the reasons, we have people on both sides of the issue who are good people, who want housing, who support responsible development, but the state has completely taken that out of our hands. And we're going to see more and more of these frustrating hearings where, the local elected body essentially has little to no discretion or little to no say. And that's wrong. That's wrong. And I think the real culprits in pitting, again, good people on one side of the housing issue and good people on the neighborhood side against one another is Sacramento's action. And so I would ask our state legislators to consider these facts. Now, as it relates to this specific project, I do hope that the concerns of the neighbors will be taken seriously by not just the city, but certainly by the developer. Because they are real issues, and so they ought to be taken seriously and mitigated wherever possible, including, for example, the AC and the ambient noise levels. Mr. Lyon?
Just further to that, Mayor, some of the public commenters suggested that we should resist state law or push back or ignore it. And to my mind, that would be nothing but a dereliction of our fiduciary duty to the city and a violation of our oath to follow the laws and the Constitution of this state. If people have a problem with state law, the place to take that up is with their state representatives. And our job is to make it work as best we can while it is the law, and that's what we're doing. And I would like to make my request that I've already made to the Director of Planning and to City Manager, but I feel like we need some real guidance for people who are appealing decisions to try to help them understand what they're coming here to argue, because we spend hours in each of these hearings listening to what are effectively policy arguments, and we're not making a policy decision, and we need to help the public understand what their burden is on bringing an appeal so they have a better shot at winning, to at least help them understand what the evidence they need to bring is and what the findings are that we need to make.
And before going through the expense and the time of bringing the appeal.
Right, because it's a costly endeavor.
Exactly.
I did find today's appeal and the proponents of the appeal to be very well prepared and did raise issues of that were relevant to design. But
not to dive too far in, but just but not with evidence,
taken.
really.
Yeah.
What we needed was counter evidence, and we had some legal arguments, but not evidence.
Well, I think not to belabor the point, but a big part of the argument is the lack of evidence or the lack of data to be able to critique. For example, the noise, the ambient noise, the consolidated study on ambient noise. I think
That's where you need a competing noise study,
right,
which is why it's so expensive to do this.
right. And but we shouldn't. Maybe we just have to agree to disagree. But I don't think the burden should be on our residents to pay for that. I think we have to satisfy residents and all involved that we've done the work. Part of the problem is the level of trust. For example, on the distance, Sacramento again not only got it wrong, but then left it ambiguous in terms of what the precise distance should be. So we're left to kind of wallow around and try and figure it out. And so that's what I'm referring to.
I think that burden is on the residents who are challenging the decision, because the rest of the residents are paying the staff to do the analysis, and they've done the analysis and brought us an expert opinion. And so now if someone thinks that's wrong, it moves the burden to them, because we've done the work.
I don't disagree that that's the law. What I'm disagreeing with is the law and the process.
Fair enough.
That's been imposed upon us by people in Sacramento, I think, and it was well said, plainly said by one of the people who came to give public comment. A lot of these people have never even stepped in our city, let alone lived in our city, who are making these laws and determining how we are going to evolve as a city and the impacts of where we live. I mean, I hosted or welcomed, I should say, 30 state legislators. I can't tell you how many of them said, oh, you have a beautiful city. I've never been here. They got to tour around. They may have been to the Rose Bowl. I don't want to overstate it. But not to the city as we know it and experience it. And yet, these are the people who are making determinations about our city. I mean, Pasadena has been carefully curated. We are not against affordable housing. We are the model for affordable housing. We are not against density. We actually support density in the downtown, and we have, and that was our plan. That's been gutted and ripped apart by Sacramento. And when people look at the affordable housing model and success, they do look to our city. Our city has won awards. Our city has developed more affordable housing, I would say to you, than most, if not all, other cities our size. And so, people come to Pasadena to learn about how to do responsible, affordable housing. Unfortunately, Sacramento is taking action that loses the confidence of residents because it dictates from Sacramento to their local elected officials on how to do things. And I wouldn't suggest to you that Sacramento is the best model on how to do much of anything. So with that, we'll move on. Mr. Cole?
I suspect we could debate this until midnight, and so I will only say two things, Mayor. You and I agree that Sacramento is not the best agency to plan our city's future. But when you say the city's been carefully curated, that goes part of the way. But this is a city where 40% of the single-family homes had legal restrictions that no one that was not 100% of the Caucasian race could live there and accept servants. So the curation, goes both ways. We have to look at the bright side of careful planning that you and others have worked on for literally decades, but also the dark side of the history of this, where affordable housing is concentrated in certain parts of our city and largely absent in other parts of our city. And finally, this is where you and I disagree. When we stand with Huntington Beach, when we stand with La Cañada, when we stand with cities that refuse affordable housing, and then we have very little credibility in Sacramento. When we go to Sacramento and say, we don't stand with those racist, exclusionary cities, we would like special consideration for the cities that, as you, and this is where you and I do agree, we should have special consideration. But we have consistently stood against, we've stood with the League of California Cities, which has resisted any impingement on what they call local control. I think our best argument with our local legislators and with the rest of the legislators is treat Pasadena differently when we do things differently.
No question. You know, we haven't done things differently. We've done things right, and instead of recognizing it, the city is penalized. And I do disagree. We're not standing with any one city. We're standing on the principle of our city. And so I wouldn't couch it in terms of standing with other cities.
You're the mayor, and I'm going to give you the last word.
Thank you. Mr. Madison.
Well, I mean, the point of order is obvious. One council member is giving you the last word, Mayor, in a debate that is bilateral between the two of you. And this all started after we decided a matter and should have moved on the agenda. And the rest of us feel compelled to either not participate and then, I suppose, be accused of not caring as much as you and Mr. Cole, or jumping in. And I guess I'm doing that.
Yeah, please.
I want to, again, the point of order is these bilateral debates have no place in our meetings. And we've decided that we can make those comments outside the dais and move on to the business. I would just say that from where Sacramento sits, we do have a really challenging problem in our state and in our region and in our city with affordability. And I agree their attempts are ham-handed, and I yield to nobody in my pride for the way Pasadena's responded to these challenges. And I'm not sure it's helpful to take pot shots or align ourselves with one side or the other in that debate. So, but we really should move on, Mayor. It's late and we have important business yet to do.
Yes, and I would just add, Mayor, I think you have finished the other items, so
Yeah.
you should go to the next
Yeah.
item on the agenda.
Let's move on.
So we're moving on. Sorry, we're moving on to item 12. This is a time and place for the public hearing on to conduct a Tax Equity and Fiscal Responsibility Act, TEFRA, public hearing and adopt a resolution for the California Municipal Finance Authority, CMFA, for the benefit of 600 North Rosemead LP. There is a script that I needs to read, but I'll report out the correspondence first. 2 letters, City Clerk's Office received 2 letters providing information on the TEFRA process and the proposed land use at 600 North Rosemead Boulevard. 6 letters in opposition to the City Council moving forward with the TEFRA CMFA financing, and 39 letters in support of the City Council approving the TEFRA financing for the proposed project at 600 Rosemead. The correspondence was provided to the City Council, posted online as part of the record for this public hearing. The City Council will conduct a public hearing pursuant to Federal Tax Equity and Fiscal Responsibility Act, or TEFRA. TEFRA requires that a public hearing be held by the governing body of the jurisdiction in which a project to be financed with tax-exempt financing is located, and that the governing body approve the proposed financing. Elysian Housing has asked that the California Municipal Finance Authority, the CMFA, be the issuer of tax-exempt financing in an amount not to exceed $60 million of tax-exempt revenue bonds to finance and refinance the acquisition, rehabilitation, development, construction, and equipping of 133-unit, including 2 manager units, multifamily rental housing project. to be owned and operated by the borrower and located at 600 North Rosemead Boulevard within the city of Pasadena, California. The California Municipal Finance Authority is a joint powers authority formed to assist local governments, nonprofit organizations, and businesses with the issuance of both taxable and tax-exempt debt. The debt to be issued by the CMFA will be the sole responsibility of the borrower, and the city will have no financial or legal obligations or responsibilities regarding the repayment of the debt. All financing documents will carry disclaimers that the loan is not an obligation of the city. The city will also bear no cost in the issuance of the proposed debt. This is a private loan with the borrower and the bank. Bond counsel for the CMFA has advised that the funding mechanism here does not approve of or commit 600 North Rosemead Boulevard to any particular project and only provides a funding mechanism for the acquisition and construction of the affordable housing apartments. Thus, the approval of the TEFRA hearing will not relieve Elysian Housing from seeking approval from the city as part of the land entitlement process needed to construct the proposed project. It is recommended the City Council find the following and adopt a resolution approving the issuance of bonds by the CMFA for the borrower. Such adoption is solely for the purposes of satisfying the requirements of TEFRA, the code, and the California Government Code Section 6500. It is in the public interest and for the public benefit that the city authorize the financing and or refinancing of the project for purposes of the code. And it is the purpose and intent of the City Council that the City Council approves the issuance of the bonds by the authority for the purposes of A, Section 147F of the code by the applicable elected representative of the governmental unit having jurisdiction over the area in which the project is located in accordance with said Section 147F, and B, Section 4 of the JPA agreement.
We are not going to make him reread that whole thing for our second.
No, we have a
hearing, are
different
we?
one.
Okay. Thank you.
Story time. Okay.
Could you reread that for me?
Get
Sure.
that man some water.
Let's go in the back. We're done.
Okay.
Okay. So then I think it goes to staff.
No.
There are public comment on this, item 12. Do you want to do 1 minute, or what would you like to do? 1 minute? Okay. I'm going to call names. Angela Strong, Scott Shimamoto, Michael Canavan, Diane Kirby, Alex Jimenez, Bert Newton, Donna Sider, Nayeli Hibner, Len Tang, Erica Menez, Jennifer Louie, and Sam Alcorn. Those will be the comments for this. You can step forward. Are you Miss Strong?
Yes.
Go ahead. 1 minute, I'll ring about 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Angela Strong, and I'm a resident here in Pasadena, and I would ask that you please approve the federal bonding so we can fund affordable housing projects that are desperately needed. There's been a lot of comments about exactly what is needed and how they're needed. This helps Pasadena as a whole to have complexes like this, and it's very needed in East Pasadena where this proposal is. And they need these federal bonds to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Scott Shimamoto, no? Michael, go ahead.
Hi. Good to be back. I'll be brief this time. Please give a TEFRA approval to 600 North Rosemead. This is a really important project, as you saw the support out here tonight. 133 individuals and families, many who are just barely hanging on, will be able to live in Pasadena thanks to this funding. The rent department annual report showed that the median rent for a 3-bedroom home in District 4 is $3,680. That's a lot. That to me shows that affordable housing is needed in East Pasadena as it is all over the city, especially the family size housing that this project would include. Please approve the funding. Thank you.
Thank you, Diane Kirby. And then Alex Jimenez, Bert Newton, Donna Sider, Nayeli Hibner.
Well, since I'm a taxpayer paying for this, I thought I should ask some questions. And one of the questions is there seems to be no money allocated for rehabilitation. And I'm wondering what that really means. Does that, I read it or thought rehabilitation would mean something for the building A, the adaptive use building. So I don't know if anybody can explain that.
Nope.
Guess not. Okay, and then in the application, it says LA homeless set-aside units. So again, I don't understand why we don't have some committee or something in the city that lets us learn about that, what they're offering to the homeless, what kind of services.
Diane, your time has expired.
That's okay.
The housing, those issues will go to housing, the housing department.
Will there be an open public meeting about it?
At the housing committee.
Yeah, I don't believe the housing department is directly funding anything. I know that they looked at the initial application, but I'm not sure that they have a role beyond the initial application.
Okay. Okay, thanks very much.
Thank you. Sonia Burnt, sorry, you're up. Then Alex Jimenez, then Bert Newton. And then Sam Alcorn.
The standard for the TEFRA approval is simple, that the 600 Rosemead project will serve a legitimate purpose and will provide a substantial public benefit. This affordable housing project will provide immense benefits for our city. Given that a TEFRA approval here creates no risk, obligation, or liability for the city, a denial of the resolution raises concerns about whether that denial is materially inconsistent with the city's obligation to affirmatively further fair housing. Cities cannot use TEFRA to circumvent state law. Cities that deny compliant housing projects risk losing state funding or facing litigation from HCD and housing advocates groups. Please follow staff's recommendation and adopt the resolution requested. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see Alex. Bert Newton, then Sam Alcorn.
Yes, good evening. I've been a little confused as to what is involved in each hearing, so excuse me if, I'm speaking in support of funding for this proposal. It has great public benefit. Not only do we desperately need affordable housing, but we need it in East Pasadena. East Pasadena has very little affordable housing. Most affordable housing is the western part of the city. And the history of housing in the U.S., including Pasadena, is one of segregation. In fact, I understand it wasn't 40%, it was 60% of homes in Pasadena had racial covenants on them. Integrating housing is of most importance in creating a more equal society where everyone has equal opportunities. This proposal is in an ideal location on a major thoroughfare near transit. That's been debated, I guess, already. But what I saw on the Nextdoor app is a lot of people were complaining that it's too big, but all that they stated that as fact, but all that matters is what the law says. We've gone through that here.
Bert,
The other
your time
fear
has expired.
Am I done? Okay.
Thank you.
Sorry. Sam, I'm noticing that you have both 12 and 13 down for your comments, so there's
I
both.
do, yeah, I can.
If you could talk to both of them, that would be great.
Indeed. Yeah, so I'm Sam Alcorn from District 3, and I'm here in strong support of approving the TEFRA hearings for both items 12 and 13. So anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you. Online, we have Donna Sider still on. I don't know if Nayeli Hibner's there, or Len Tang, or Erica Jimenez, or Jennifer Louie. That looks like they may have fallen off. Go ahead, Donna.
Yes, I've stayed on in support, really standing with those who are in support. We need the TEFRA, obviously, to, complete this very needful housing project in East Pasadena. I could reiterate what Sonia, our legal friend, has written, but it just goes against fair housing and everything that the city needs to comply with. So I recommend that you adopt the resolution as requested. Thank you.
Okay. And for this item, Nayeli Hibner's not online, Len Tang is not online, Erica Jimenez is not online, and Jennifer Louie are not online. That will complete public comment on item 12.
Okay.
Motion to close.
Is there a
the
motion?
public-
Motion to close. Motion to close the public hearing, Mr. Hampton, seconded by Mr. Jones. Roll call?
Councilmember Cole to close.
Yes.
Councilmember Hampton.
Yes.
Councilmember Jones.
Yes.
Councilmember Lyon.
Yes.
Councilmember Madison.
Yes.
Councilmember Masuda.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rivas.
Yes.
Mayor Gordo.
Yes.
Public hearing is closed unanimously.
Okay.
Motion to approve staff's recommendation.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Hampton and seconded by Mr. Jones on the merits. Roll call?
Councilmember Cole.
Yes.
Councilmember Hampton.
Yes.
Councilmember Jones.
Yes.
Councilmember Lyon.
Yes.
Councilmember Madison.
Yes.
Councilmember Masuda.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rivas.
Yes.
Mayor Gordo.
Yes.
Motion is approved unanimously. All right. The next one is not as long, but I still have to read it. It's not because I like to hear my own voice. This is item 13. This is the time and place for the public hearing to conduct a tax equity and fiscal responsibility TEFRA public hearing and adopt a resolution for the California Municipal Finance Authority for the benefit of Colorado Crest LP located at 1756 to 1776 East Colorado Boulevard. On March 12, 2026, this public hearing notice was published in the Pasadena Weekly. For TEFRA hearing 13, one letter in support of the city council approving the TEFRA financing for the proposed project was received by the city clerk's office, posted online, distributed to the council as part of the record for this item. So this part? Okay.
Was that the new one?
Yeah, I think so. Yes. It's just one side. Okay, so this is a public hearing pursuant to the Tax Equity and Fiscal Responsibility Act, or TEFRA, related to 1756 to 1776 East Colorado. CRP Affordable Housing and Community Development has asked that the California Municipal Finance Authority, the CMFA, be the issuer of tax-exempt financing in an amount not to exceed $20 million of tax-exempt revenue bonds to, one, finance or refinance the acquisition, construction, improvement and equipment of Colorado Crest Apartments, a multifamily rental housing project located at 1756 to 1776 East Colorado Boulevard, Pasadena, California, and two, pay certain expenses incurred in connection with the issuance of the bonds. The debt to be issued by the CMFA will be the sole responsibility of the borrower, and the city will have no financial or legal obligations or responsibilities regarding the repayment of the debt. All financing documents will carry disclaimers that the loan is not an obligation of the city. The city will also bear no costs in the issuance of the proposed debt. This is a private loan with the borrower and the bank. The sole responsibility for the city tonight is to conduct a public hearing and, if appropriate, approve the proposed tax-exempt financing for the project. It is recommended the city council adopt the resolution referenced in the agenda report for this item, approving the issuance of bonds by the CMFA for the borrower. Such adoption is solely for the purposes of satisfying the requirements of TEFRA, the code, and California Government Code Section 6500.
Motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
Not all at once, yeah.
It was Mr. Hampton. I heard Mr. Cole.
Well,
To close the public hearing, Councilmember Cole?
Yes.
Councilmember Hampton?
Yes.
Councilmember Jones?
Yes.
Councilmember Lyon?
Yes.
Councilmember Madison?
Yes.
Councilmember Masuda? Vice Mayor Rivas?
Yes.
Mayor Gordo?
Yes.
Unanimously.
I'll move the merits. Second.
Not fast enough. Not just-
Whose district is it?
Mr. Lyon,
Make a difference.
followed by Mr. Hampton. All right, to approve the staff
If
recommendation,
you want to,
Councilmember Cole?
say yes anyway.
Yes.
Councilmember Hampton?
Yes.
Councilmember Jones?
Yes.
Councilmember Lyon?
Yes.
Councilmember Madison?
Yes.
Councilmember Masuda? Vice Mayor Rivas?
Yes.
Mayor Gordo?
Yes.
Motion is unanimously approved. That item is done.
Who made the motion?
It was made by Councilmember Lyon.
Seconded by Mr. Hampton.
All right. There is one public comment speaker for item 14, and just to remind you that item 14 has been pulled from the agenda and will come back at a later date. So if that person's online, just let them know that you can. Yeah, I'm going to do the second reading right now for the ordinance. This is an ordinance, this is item 20. This is an ordinance of the City of Pasadena amending Title IX, Public Peace, Morals, and Welfare by adding Article 14, Chapter 9.99, Sections 9.99.010 to 9.99.080 to the Pasadena Municipal Code related to preserving city real property for city purposes. This was offered by Councilmember Hampton to adopt. Councilmember Cole?
Yes.
Councilmember Hampton?
Yes.
Councilmember Jones?
Yes.
Councilmember Lyon?
Yes.
Councilmember Madison?
Yes.
Councilmember Masuda? Vice Mayor Rivas?
Yes.
Mayor Gordo?
Yes.
The ordinance is adopted unanimously. All the other business has been deferred. We are done.
All right. Mr. Cole?
Mayor, we were asked earlier to adjourn in memory of the victims who were shot and killed today in San Diego at an Islamic mosque. I think that's appropriate, and so I would ask that we observe a moment of silence. Hate has no place in our country, and certainly no place in our city.